Welcome to this year's edition of the BioStock Life Science Summit. This year we're doing a virtual setup, but the lineup of companies presenting is just as broad and exciting as always. Companies will be presenting both from our studio in Lund, where I am, and from Stockholm, and there will be a short break between each presentation. But without much further ado, let's get this year's summit started, and the honor of being the first presenter goes to Acarix and CEO Per Persson. Welcome.
Good morning, Cecilia, and thank you very much. And I'd like to say to all our investors and shareholders that this is a great opportunity for Acarix to be first out and represent these coming 2 days. In today's presentation, I'm going to focus a little bit more about where we are and what we have achieved, and partly refer to the quarterly report that we released last week. And I'm going to spend a little bit less on the corporate and the technology itself, because I hope that has been exposed quite a bit in the recent presentations. Anyway, so let's dig into it. So Acarix is a Swedish company. We are noted on the Nasdaq First North and have been so since December 2016. We are currently a company working with one product called the CAD-score. And the CAD-score is an innovation that is perceiving and receiving the acoustics from the coronary vessels of the patients. And by listening and developing an algorithm, we are able to sustain and find out whether this patient is susceptible for a coronary artery disease or not. It's simply a rule out of coronary artery disease. And we got the CE mark in 2015, and we have been our commercial pathways in the later part of 2017. Now, why would we develop a product that will actually help and support rule out in the market? First of all, I'm sure that most of the investors and the people that are listening to this are aware that cardiac disease is actually the #1 killer in the world and has been for a long while. And what many people do not know, though, is that out of all those patients that are coming to the healthcare system with their stable coronary artery disease, they do not suffer from coronary artery disease. We have about 1 out of 10 only of those that are putting a tremendous pressure on the healthcare system. And what we are doing, we're simply trying to help the healthcare system during the patient pathway to rule those patients out and thereby limit the number of patients that you get into the more advanced cares. It's simply rule out the patient that should not be putting weight on the advanced part of the care system. You might also know that the cardiac disease area is an area that unfortunately is having a very stable growth, and that is related to diabetes, to obesity, and a global picture in itself. So the market for Acarix is sustainable, it's growing, and it's there for a long time to be. Looking at the technology, we have developed an algorithm, and we're using a platform called CAD-score, by which we are listening to the sound of the coronary vessels. We're determining the flow. We're able to detect whether there will be any stenosis, anything that is narrowing the vessels, and also have a sense for the stiffness of the coronary vessels. Those factors in itself, combined with the risk factors that you always would consider, looking at the gender, the age group, and the weight. We are putting all those parameters into our algorithm, and after less than 10 minutes of listening to patients' vessels and hearts, we're able to determine a factor that will say whether this patient is subject for a coronary artery disease or likely not to be there. And we're using a system called a CAD-score, where 0 to 20 means that you are out of the risk zone, and 21 and upwards means that you should be considered for further examinations. Looking at this, you have to now try to follow me. This is a busy slide that I'm normally building, but in the interest of time, I'm going to take you through it in a quicker way. You have to consider yourself being the patient on the very left side of this slide. What you would do, and what's happening in most of the Western developed countries in terms of how you treat the patient pathways, is that you would come and see your general practitioners or a specialist, depending on the country itself. When you come in there with your stable chest pain, you're not an emergency patient. They would always start with doing an anamnese. The anamnese is simply an interview with the patient where you consider the risk factors, diabetes, smoking, heritage, etc. This is something that you would always do, and we also consider this part of the normal pathway for the patient. What's happening then is that you as a physician have to consider whether you see this as a potential chance of coronary vessel disease or not. And normally you would send them patient for doing a stress ECG or a treadmill test, where you put the patient and increase their pulse in order to determine their potential coronary artery disease. If you take it further down the road, the waiting time would increase, the cost would increase, and you would also have still the same number. Many of the patients that you would send into more advanced care would not be suffering from coronary artery disease. It can be related to panic anxiety, it can be related to a burnout syndrome, or simply infections and other things. You do not want to put those patients adding weight to the healthcare system for cardiac vessel disease. If you look at the study that we have developed for this, being a small company, this is a very respectful slide. We are less than 10 employees, and over the period of time we have been able to develop a very, very rigid and solid evidence. We have been considering the amount and the size we're able to actually use our means and provide good scientific data with very limited investments, which is also giving us the chance to come out with strong results over the time. Currently, we have a number of clinical presentation that's coming up very soon. We have the Danica 2 that is about to close in a couple of weeks. We have the Seismo, that is an examination where we're looking for heart failure patients, which we closed in June. And we have the acoustic that is done in a local region with about 200 patients from Germany. So many things are coming out, and we are continuing to put that investment in place in order to sustain evidence in the outcome what we're doing with the patients. When I look at where we have been and where we are today, we have had some very, very strong development on the commercial side. And I think that if there is one slide I'd like to spend a little bit more time on is this one. You have to consider that we are a company with 10 employees and 2-3 consultants working with us to achieve this kind of part. We're having a dialogue with the notified bodies in 3 of the major markets in the world. US, biggest medical device market in the world, Japan number 2, Germany number 3. We are in a profound dialogue with all those 3 recognized notified bodies. And if you look at the status of them, with GBA in Germany, we have actually driven this with our emphasis to a point where GBA is saying that your technology is very promising, it's adding a tremendous value potentially to our market. We would like to see a little bit more of the evidence, and then we'll make the decision for that. That is an achievement in itself. When it comes to what we have done in the UK and with regards to the NICE, we submitted our MIB, which is the Medical Innovation Brief, and we got the feedback in June 2019, where they are simply saying that there is a potential that you can use the CADScor system in a risk stratification, and that is potentially superior to other clinical risk scores. That is an achievement as well. Finally, when it comes to the FDA discussion, we've been in and out in that discussion. It's been a time for waiting, but we are still in a very active and positive dialogue with the FDA, and I will come back to that in a minute. So those 3 areas are really major achievements for a small company, and you should also consider this as a very, very important part of our value creation for us as shareholders, investors, and of course also the customers that we're facing towards. So very, very strong move us forward on that. I'll come back now to a few of the objectives that we raised when we did the right issue that we closed in the later part of October. And I'm just going to touch a few of those because in the interest of time, I'm really not able to cover each and one of them. GBA, or the reimbursement process in Germany. Here you have the slide with the Gemeinsamer Bundesausschuss. And here I really want to be very transparent and explain to you exactly where we are. As you might have seen, in September we got a request from GBA where they asked for a submission from the market, which means it's not only from Acarix, it's actually for them to determine and consolidate data and evidence from the field. They issued a questionnaire with a number of questions plus a proposal that they would like to see a study being performed in Germany that is actually going to support the technology itself. Where we are today, and this is all being driven by Acarix as a company. All the questions, everything that is in the material is really considering where we are, and it's taking our studies into account where they're deferring to it. For the moment, we made our submission on time, of course, with all the responses towards the authorities, and we also proposed a study setup that we think would be the fastest way, but also the most accurate way to get a result that will actually support what we have made in our findings so far. To come back to the timing and the transparency, we're looking about 20 sites in total. We're proposing 2,000 patients. We know that also with the pandemic situation, there is a delay for most of them, and we expect GBA to come back to us at the very end of this year or potentially a bit into 2021, so January, February timing, with a confirmation of all the questions and also a proposal of what they want to do from a study perspective. The study itself will then be funded either by GBA, by any external organizations or sponsor, or at the end by a company such as Acarix. That is still up in the play there, of course. So that is a very, very promising update and feedback on where we are with regards to the German reimbursement process. Next step is to give you an update on the US market. And this is, of course, one of the things that we see a lot of comments and a lot of reading about on the analyst pages. We have been very transparent about the timing and about the situation. We also know that there will always be impact currently for anyone because of the pandemic situation, and it's very, very hard to understand the impact of the delays. However, to take it back as a recap, we did our submission as a 510K. Feedback from FDA was that we need to go the de novo region. We've done that, and as you can see, we've had a number of questions back from FDA from July to August into September, and then we had our recent deadline where we submitted the answer by the end of September. Since then, we haven't heard back from them, and we just did a recent checkup with them a few days ago, and the feedback from FDA was, the files are received, please be patient, which I think is a quite understandable statement for the time being. In theory, or in practice, it's actually meaning that from an FDA perspective, there could be news, questions, feedback coming any day now, but it could, of course, also drag into a bit of the later part of the year or beginning of next year. Finally, on the related opportunities to FDA, it's really about giving us access to play in the market and actually giving us access to work with commercial partnership, and it's going to be a tremendous strength for us as an organization. I need to skip along a little bit here because I think that we are getting to the end of this wonderful presentation. When it comes to the UK, we have done what we said. We have been collecting the information, and we're right now ready to get the final proposal on the health economic assessment that's being made by Device Access in the UK. And that report is coming back to us in the later part of this year, and we're then going to be able to renew the discussions with NICE in having that progress. Finally, on the study side, I just wanted to highlight this one because this is actually happening as we speak. We have a publication about to be, but the presentation, the poster presentation is happening here and now at the ISPOR conference. And this is a first real-life patient data with 1,070 patients we have collected. And what's really important is that the clinical outcome is referring and looking very similar to what we had in our first larger study, which was the DANICAD 1. So from a clinical perspective, we are confirming what we have said, and we're also seeing that in a real-life situation when physicians from 4 different countries in Europe are actually using CAD score in their daily use. Finally, the slide on the milestones, where you can see that it's of course a subject for movements, and it's all related to the pandemic situation and to any responses from the notified bodies. But in the end, 2021 is going to be the most exciting year for Acarix by far. And there is a number of triggering factors that is really going to impact our performance in the longer term. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Per, and thank you for the speeding up there at the end.
Thank you.
So you talked a lot about, naturally, the work you're doing with the FDA.
Sure.
Would you say this is the most important thing that's going on in the company right now?
I would say that there are 3 factors that are really driving our business for the moment. One is FDA, the second one is, of course, the reimbursement in Germany, and thirdly, we like to get a little bit more recognition and move forward in the UK and the NICE. But if I look at the one that will have definitely the biggest impact on us as a value creation for the company, it will naturally be the FDA approval. Just important to state that FDA approval in itself doesn't mean that there will be a revenue stream from day one. It's really giving us an incredibly value and recognition of the technology, and like I said, a ticket to play from a commercial perspective in the US, and that is going to be tremendous for us.
If we change the topic to a topic no one can avoid, and you mentioned the pandemic, so of course COVID-19 has had an impact on the life science sector. Is there any positive impacts for your company that you could highlight for us?
Yeah. I think that if you look at the results of the quarter reports, we are still coming from a low baseline, but we do see much more of an interest. We see that we have an easier ability to actually close the business when we're doing evaluations. So we had more systems placed in the market during Q3, and I do believe that much of that is coming that people are looking for alternative ways. The advantage with the CADScor system is that you don't need to be in an area where you have many staff, many people attending. You can actually do it in a very, very isolated environment, like here where we are today.
Yeah, so there are positive aspects maybe
Absolutely.
for you.
Yeah.
Has it affected the process or the way you work in any way, the COVID-19?
I think for us, the given answer is, of course, like for all companies, it's impacted our abilities to travel. This has impacted the enrollment speed of the clinical studies, and of course the ability for the sales organization to be out in the field. However, I also think that we have been able to adapt to that situation. And of course, like everybody's saying, you start to really be more selective in the activities you actually do. And so far, our studies are back enrolling. The team in Germany and Nordic are able to go and see customers. So of course there will be an impact if this escalates and continues. But right now we are feeling very comfortable where we are.
Good, so we can look forward to more news during 2021 from Acarix then?
That is for sure, and I hope you had the opportunity to look at that, and there is a lot of good things going on for us, very much so.
We look forward to that, and thank you for opening this year's BioStock Life Science Summit for us.
It was a great pleasure, thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you, and we will be right back with the second presentation of the day. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit and today's second presentation, which comes from medtech company CLS. Presenting is the company's current Chief Commercial Officer, Don Mjungen, and from December 1st, its new CEO. Welcome, Don.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for allowing me to be here and to present CLS, or Clinical Laserthermia Systems, and our most recent achievements and plans for the future. I think most of you know already that the cancer field is a well-served but still unfortunately underserved area of care. So there is about 1 out of 3 that gets cancer. And it's not a disease that is a one type of disease. It's a very different disease. It has many different ways of affecting the patients, but also the families. There are many existing procedures today to treat cancers, such as surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy. A lot of them are timely, costly, and very, very sort of burdensome to the hospital and the patients. The systemic immune therapies with drugs, which has recently been developed over maybe the last 10 years, has proven to be very effective. However, it often brings several side effects to patients as we go down the road in the treatment regimens. So CLS has found a way to interact with this market. We're focused on the advanced and innovative technology for image-guided high-precision laser thermal therapies. It is a minimally invasive cancer treatment alternative with a potential immune-stimulating effect as one of the protocols that our technology can deliver to the patients. So just have a look at CLS at a glance. It's a medical device company. We're offering the technology and products for laser ablation cancer treatment. It is based on some research from Lund University Hospital. We were founded back in 2006, and we made an IPO in 2009. The company has headquarters here in Lund. We have subsidiaries in Germany, US. We just recently opened up another subsidiary in Singapore. The brands that we work under are the Tronberg brand, which is the technology platform for the laser ablation. It is a CE mark, it's an FDA-approved products. They are based on our patented technologies, and they're designed for both MR as well as ultrasound-guided procedures. And we offer tumor laser ablation with a very high precision. It is the niche that we're within at this point is the high-precision niche of ablation. The LITs and the IMILT are different protocols for treating different stages and different types of cancers. So the lit thermal ablation therapy is targeting today prostate cancer. We're targeting neuro and spine treatments. These are early stages of cancer treatment. The IMILT protocol that has the potential to activate the systemic immune response. It is a treatment protocol for the later stages of cancer treatment, where we are focusing more on metastases, either in the liver or metastases in the brain. So from a technical standpoint, our products, which are called the Tronberg Thermal Therapy System, which is sort of the headline for our portfolio, is a technology that is fully compatible with most image guidance systems like the MR, ultrasound, and CT. It is a small, light, and powerful mobile laser unit. It has, as I said previously, a CE mark and an FDA approval. To that, we have a portfolio of disposable fiber optic, non-cool laser applicators. We have just recently, this year, received the CE mark for a ThermoGuide workstation for MR thermometry, and I'll come back to that a little bit and explain what that means. All in all, we have a very versatile platform for image-guided high-precision ablations for the market of surgical oncology. So what is laser ablation treatment and how is it really used? So for the local treatment of soft tissue, as I mentioned earlier on, such as cancer tumors, we have a small laser applicator that's based on a fiber optic design. It is about 2 millimeters in diameter, and it has different lengths, 3 to 12 meters in length. It's inserted into the tumor through a minimally invasive procedure, and most of the times it's image guided. With this laser applicators positioned in the center of the tumor, preferably. The tissue is heated during about 1 to 3 minutes to about 55 to 60 degrees C. These are typically the temperature range for achieving a tumor ablation instantly. And this is for total cell destruction in that tumor. It's suited for indications such as malignant tumors in prostate and brain, as well as benign prostatic hyperplasia or epilepsy and potentially vascular malformations. Now, CLS has developed over the years, based on research coming out of Lund, what is called the IMLT treatment protocol, which is a variant on an ablation protocol. It stands for immune stimulatory interstitial laser thermotherapy, and the goal for this treatment is really to create a systemic anti-tumor immune response in the patient's body as a whole. So by using a very specific treatment protocol, applying that to the tumor, we're lysing the cells of the tumor, exposing the content of those cells to the body's own immune system. By doing that, we are activating T cells, for example, and those T cells would then reach out and home in and kill tumor cells throughout the body. And it's, in addition to that, setting an immunological memory. The type of treatment that can be achieved with this is called an abscopal treatment that affects the entire body. And again, I repeat, this is again something that is focused on the later stages of the tumor disease. Shifting gear a little bit into the strategic focus of CLS as we're moving forward. Now, we're currently enhancing and strengthening our product offer for minimally invasive MR and ultrasound-guided laser ablation. Now, this is through our own development, but also in partnerships with other companies. We also, from a clinical standpoint, we are forming clinical collaborations to collect treatment data and user feedback in these targeted indications. And this is to support regulatory and commercial objectives of the company. Through collaborations with innovative and locally respected partners, we're also establishing CLS businesses in prioritized areas across the world. Coming back to the product portfolio and the therapies that I've spoken about earlier on, just to give you sort of a summary of that picture. We currently today have the Tromberg thermal therapy system that I mentioned, and we just recently got the market clearance for the ThermoGuide workstation, which allows us to work with our system in very high precision on the MR platform. And that is the Tromberg TT system with ThermoGuide. Based on those designs and those technologies, we are also moving forward and integrating further, creating more integrated solutions for MR-guided therapies, also doing so for ultrasound-guided therapies. Now, the image guidance and what is called the needle guiding systems, like stereotactic systems, are two components in the fully integrated system that are important to CLS and that we're putting focus on. This allows us to create workflows that are easy to work with for the users, that allows them to continue working in a similar fashion as they're doing today. Any changes to workflows at a hospital is always equal to friction. So CLS is focused very much on integration, coming out with solutions that are easy to use, that create safe and effective treatments to the patients. So the technology platform that we're designing and working on now is, again, for the IMLT treatment protocol, as well as for the FLA and for the LIT protocol. So the FLA is focused laser ablation, is an acronym used very often for prostate treatments. And the LIT, which is laser interstitial thermotherapy protocol, both of them being ablation protocols, are very often used in the context of treatment of brain metastases and for treatment of epilepsy. So an example of how CLS is approaching the market, one of them being together with partners. We have partnered up with different companies to provide to the market the fully integrated systems that is a necessity to provide safe and efficient treatments to patients in early as well as late stage cancer. Now, ClearPoint Neuro is one of those partners that we've signed up with some time ago. specifically for a joint development of a fully integrated system for MR-guided lit procedures in neuro and spine. Now, their unique product offers a very high precision of needle navigation, or instrument navigation, I should say, and placements within the brain. Now, with this system integrated with the Moberg platform and with the MR thermometry system that we now recently got approved, the thermal guide, we will be able to position our products at the very tip, at the very top, I should say, of the high precision ablation business. Now, customers and clinical collaborations so far, we work with almost 10 different collaborators across the world, mainly in US and Europe. It is a mix of partnerships for commercialization, but also for clinical studies. Now, we have 3 different locations in the Americas, 2 in US and 1 in Canada that we collaborate with. And the recent one we just started up now is a university hospital in Magdeburg, where we're doing a collaboration on ultrasound-guided or fusion-guided procedures in the prostate cancer. Addressable market for us in EU5 and the US is rather large. For the late-stage treatment, or the treatment of late-stage cancer, I should say, the potential is in many different cancer types. Hence, there is a lot of patients out there that are in need of this type of cancer treatment. Also, in the early stage, we have a significant market where the side effects of the standard of care today is really one of the difficult situations with current procedures. So some of the milestones in the period coming for the company here is to focus on getting the FDA approval for the Moberg system with the thermal guide workstation in US. Collaborations for for ultrasound guided FLA lit. We are continuing working on those collaborations to get integrated systems to the market. Clinical trials within neuro as well as prostate is ongoing. Also to establish the CLS business and growth sales in the US, Europe, and Asia Pacific. And also for the IMLT, we're looking at a trial for that IMLT treatment in late stage cancer patients. And this is to define partners and financing scheme for that clinical trial. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to start by asking you about a fairly recent press release where you said you had, or you announced that you had been given a reimbursement code by the American Medical Association. Could you explain a little bit what this means?
Sure. I think reimbursement is a necessity for our customers to be able to, in large scale, buy our systems, buy our products, and to use them in those procedures. So for the ultrasound-guided or fusion-guided procedures, there were no existing reimbursement code. So CLS joined up with a company called NAMSA, who supported us through the process, and with help of the specialty societies in the US, which was the American Urology Association and the American College of Radiology, who supported this application, we finally got it approved at American Medical Association. So we're very happy about that. This is the first step where the users and the hospital can register the use of the procedure in our products on that particular code. It's also the first step towards a next level code, which is a category 1 code, which will provide us with payment. So it's the first step in a journey towards payment. Important.
If we change geographical location swiftly, like you mentioned, you've just announced or recently announced the foundation of a joint venture, Clinical Asia Pacific.
Right.
What is the status in this project?
So Asia Pacific for us is a way to reach out into that region. It is a joint venture with another company and staff in Asia Pacific, and we're located in Singapore. Rumesh Kaul, who is our current CEO of that company, and also part of the joint venture, has many years of experience in that region, working with particularly neuro applications. So we find that there is a fantastic market opportunity for the high precision laser ablation systems, basically on the MR platform in that region, but also a great potential for the collaboration that we have with ClearPoint Neuro. How that will turn out, we will have to see. But it definitely is a great potential for us.
Well, thank you, and we will look forward to hearing more about that, and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
And we will be right back with the third presentation of the day. Then we are ready for the third presentation of the day, and that comes from SenzaGen and its CEO Axel Sjöblad. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Axel Sjöblad and I am managing SenzaGen, which is a biotechnology company aiming at replacing animal experiments by establishing a new industry standard. SenzaGen was founded in 2010. It is headquartered in Lund and was listed on Nasdaq First North in 2017. The technology we work with is called GARD and is based on human cells, genomics and machine learning. And it actually has the highest predictive performance of all tests currently on the market. With this test, we aim at replacing animal tests in the field of skin and respiratory sensitization. The business model that we are using is direct sales via our headquarters here in Lund, and also through sales offices in the US and a sales rep in France. In addition to that, we also work through partners, either by licensing our tests or using them as distributors. The position we are in now is really commercialization phase, and we aim at break even in 2022. We raised 106 million in the fall of 2019, so we are well financed for the activities that we are driving. And important to note is also that we received a GLP certification for our lab in May this year. We act in a fast-growing market driven by multiple trends. The most important ones are regulatory, where we see an increase of animal testing bans being rolled out over the planet. The second one is ethical and twofold. It's built on both an increased community engagement, but also on companies, perfecting their CSR work. The third one is scientific, where there is a need for more accurate test results. And the fourth and final one is economic, where there is a need for cost and time effectiveness during product development, and of course also for safer products for consumers. These four trends really give us a tailwind in the four industries that we are addressing, which are pharma, chemical, medical device and cosmetics. And in the field we address a market with a value of approximately 5 billion SEK. So what do? We replace animal testing with high-end technology, and we benchmark and compete against other tests, of course. And when we look at them, we compete against what we call the traditional in vivo testing, which is based on mouse and guinea pig tests with 70 to 75% accuracy versus human data. Secondly, we compete against the first generation in vitro tests, using single biomarkers and receiving an accuracy of 75 to 80%. And here we have GARD, which we call the next generation of in vitro testing, where we actually use biomarker signatures from 200 genes, and this combination of human cells, genomics and machine learning gives us 90 to 95% accuracy. We raised money, and during 2020 we really work to set the organization up for growth. And we do that by following 7 strategic initiatives that you see at the bottom of this slide. And I will go through them one by one on the following slide. First of all, understanding and prioritizing customer needs. In this area, during the year, we have increased the number of one-to-one customer meetings and our customer interaction through the use of virtual channels. We very quickly managed to go from normal face-to-face meetings into the virtual world. We also let our partners evaluate new applications before we launch them globally. We have revised our customer segmentation and updated our value proposition to clarify and strengthen our service offering. And the objective here is, of course, to offer more targeted and customer-specific information about the GARD technology. Thanks to this, we have a growing pipeline of potential customers evaluating our tests, and during the year we have received important orders from new and existing customers. Under the second initiative, adapting and developing our product portfolio, the main achievement is that we have perfected and sharpened our test offering by incremental development and added GARD skin animal product free, where we replaced calf serum with human serum, and added GARD skin dose response, which is the first test of its kind, and this test assesses the skin sensitization potency of a chemical in a far more quantitative manner than our earlier GARD potency. When it comes to adapting our business model, the most important initiative so far this year is that we have driven direct sales and really increased the number of tests in our own laboratory. In COVID-19 times, we have taken more charge of our own business. The fourth initiative, building strategic partnerships, highlights two key achievements. We expanded the collaboration with Accelerate in the UK to offer GuardSkin animal product free, that I just talked about. And secondly, we signed a collaboration agreement with the Research Institute for Fragrance Materials, RIFM, in the US to develop next generation tests for photosensitization. The fifth initiative is extremely important for us and is tied to ensuring regulatory acceptance. And here we have also worked a lot during the year. First of all, our laboratory received Good Laboratory Practice certification from SWEDAC in May, which was a key regulatory milestone for us, especially since it serves as a clear evidence that GARD can be used in a lab, subject to regulatory monitoring, which is very important for the ongoing GARD evaluation process. Secondly, we continued working on the inclusion of GARD in the update of the new ISO standard for medical devices, and this work is expected to be completed during the first half of 2021. Thirdly, we filed the Medical Device Development Tools (MDT) submission with the FDA for GuardSkin medical device. And here the aim is that the submission is for the FDA to qualify GARD as a test for use in the development and evaluation of medical devices. And finally, we continued to work towards an OECD adoption of GARD as official test guideline. And here the current status is that EURL-ECVAM Scientific Advisory Committee, ESAC, is conducting its evaluation of GARD. And the next important step in this process is the expert group's report, which will serve as a scientific evaluation and provide a clear indication of the group's stance on the GARD validation. And the expected date for the ESAC opinion is March 2021. This was a little bit of a disappointment to us, since we had hoped to get this opinion already this year, especially since we had had a very good collaboration with both ESAC and OECD through the year. But it was delayed to the pandemic, unfortunately. Finally, we also have two internal initiatives, and under number 6, ensuring capabilities and sufficient resources. I just want to highlight that we right now have ongoing recruitments of a new key account manager covering the Nordic area and a new VP operations. So we are strengthening the team and adding capabilities. And finally, under the 7th initiative, adapt internal processes, systems and tools, I just want to repeat the fact that our laboratory received GLP certification, a very important step for us. So, going forward, even if the pandemic has slowed our transformation and progress down, we are in a stronger position now than we were a year ago. And I can say that SenzaGen has adapted to the new virtual normal. We have a dedicated and focused organization selling and running more tests than before. Sales increased to 3.8 million SEK during the first half of 2020, and I know that it is a modest sum of money, of course, but still it is 1 million more than we sold during all of 2019. We also have a larger number of potential customers in all industries we address that evaluate our tests. We continue to execute on our initiatives and see progress in all areas fully owned by us. And finally, our objective is to be as prepared as possible when the short-term consequences of the pandemic disappears. And we will continue to work towards our 2022 break-even target by addressing customers and industries that benefit from the high accuracy of the GARD assays and the additional services we can offer without an immediate need of GARD OECD adoption. So thank you very much for listening, and I am now ready to take some questions.
That's good, because I'm ready with some questions. Thank you for your presentation. Like you mentioned here, you did double the sales in the first half of the year, despite the challenges presented by the pandemic. What would you say is the recipe for the black numbers?
Well, first of all, I have to say that these are still modest numbers, of course, but very important is that we are now really on a track of growing sales, which is key for us. And I think that the most important factor here was that we adapted very quickly to the new normal. And we could transform our former, congress activities and face-to-face activities into virtual meetings with customers and using webinars. Secondly, we also had an extremely strong sales focus. We are in a transformation of the organization. And that meant that we really worked on both creating new customer contacts and maintaining and working and developing the ones we already had. Having said that, though, I also have to be humble and say that, the pandemic has slowed us down. I would have hoped for more already, but I also have to be realistic.
So what would you say is the most important news to come out of SenzaGen this year?
Well, first of all, the fact that we received the GLP certification. To me, it proved, for our laboratory, it proved that nothing is impossible. This was the first time that SWEDAC, the authority that is doing this, giving out these certifications and doing the audits, it was the first time that they actually did a virtual audit. So I'm very happy that both them and us could work together to get this. Secondly, I have to say that I'm very happy that we have invoiced customers in all the different industries that we address. So we see that there is a need for GARD in all the 4 industries, which is important. And then finally, I also want to, even if we didn't get the opinion from ESAC this year, I have to highlight that the collaboration with them and the work that they have done during the year has been extremely good.
And if we switch focus and look ahead instead, by the end of 2021, what milestones do you expect to have reached?
Well, first of all, I want to have closed the strategic initiatives that we have ongoing now. We will for sure have added some new ones that we shall have accomplished also, I hope, meaning that this commercialization journey that we are on shall have come a long way. And then, of course, we want to have the opinion from ESAC, which we now hope for in March. And having that, we can continue to work on the OECD adoption of GARD. So these are really key things for 2021.
So it sounds like 2021 will be an exciting year for you.
Another exciting year for SenzaGen, for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to following you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And we will be back in just a moment with the 4th presentation of the BioStock Life Science Summit. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, where we are joined by Ziccum and CEO Johan Konradsson. Welcome, Johan, and take it away.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Johan Konradsson, and I'm the CEO of Ziccum, but I'm also the founder of the company. And what do we do? Well, we formulate vaccine as dry powders. Dry powders that can be transported anywhere in the world without the cold chain, because the dry powder has turned out to be very temperature stable. And these days, of course, there's a lot of talk about vaccines, but nevertheless, I would like to at least mention the enormous value that the vaccine has created for humanity. It's one of the humanity's greatest achievements, and the average lifespan has actually increased tremendously with the advent of novel vaccines, and that together also with the antibiotics. For centuries, they have liberated us from poverty, setting us free to create better and richer future. So vaccines drive sustainable human development, and particularly also together with education and contraceptives. However, one of the major challenges is to deliver the vaccines. Vaccines in general require cold chain between 4 to 8 degrees or 2 to 8 degrees for most vaccines. And recently there have become some new vaccines have become available, and that requires even down to -80, and a huge logistical challenge for this. And the cost of the cold chain is tremendously. About 30 to 50% of the vaccination costs are related to cold chain, according to data from WHO. And as much as 50% of vaccines may be wasted globally because of the lack of cold chain. And just recently there came a report from WHO that even as much as 1 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccine could be wasted because of the lack of cold chain. And the pledge is that today there is an 86% coverage of children, newborn children, and everybody's been fighting to get up to 95% vaccinated of 1-year-olds. So we can see here on this slide, we have back in the 1970s, the WHO and its member states decided to embark on the vaccination of all newborn children. And the first 10 years it went quite well, actually reached around 70%. It plateaued there for quite some time. And these vaccines are, diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus, polio, measles, and when hepatitis was introduced, it was also introduced in these programs. However, it's been stagnated. This is up to 2015, but this has actually continued to be only at around 86%. In fact, this year the vaccination has actually fallen down, and measles, for instance, is a highly contagious and also very deadly disease for children, particularly if they're undernourished and have some vitamin deficiencies. So measles, there's estimation today that there is about almost 240,000 to 250,000 children that will die this year because of lack of vaccination. When you do with work as we do with vaccine, of course we have to mention a little bit about COVID-19 vaccination, and it's really put the spotlight on the logistics here. IATA came about a month ago, or 2 months ago actually, that to distribute all these COVID-19 doses requires 8,000 jumbo jets, and some of them with capabilities of down to -8 degrees, and certainly from 4 to 8 degrees. And in principle, they don't exist, these transportation possibilities. So there's a huge logistic challenge here. And the challenge is then, of course, attributed to the cold chain. This is a deep freeze farm for messenger RNA vaccine, which is one type of vaccine that has become now have very good results in terms of immunogenicity and the vaccination degrees. But this is one example of this is 20 deep freezers, and only to cover the Swedish market with about 70% vaccination degree requires about 400 of these, and I think there might be a challenge with this. I attended a global vaccine summit in September 2019, which was done before the COVID pandemic, and there is a policy meeting there, and what is demands here for the and the need for the policies is the products that are less dependent on the cold chain technology, and also delivery devices other than injections. And then there are also data systems and analytics to follow epidemics. We believe our product, we've demonstrated cold chain, can be about the cold chain, but also our roots is in inhalation sciences, and it was the technology was actually developed for inhalation of drugs, mostly small molecules, but that opens up, we believe, the powder that we have for other delivery devices, for instance, like inhalation. So here's some of the costs we obtained from WHO. This is a small vaccination campaign of Ebola in Africa, and the cold chain here represent about 30% of the total cost of the vaccination. There is a long road for vaccination, where typically one plant has to be distributed, international storage facilities, regional clinics, and children in the remote villages. And here is one can follow the cold chain here, and it's several issues here, even in when you disload from an airplane into the national storage facility, and of course the last mile, which is really the big challenge here. Because that last mile is typically here, we have a moped and have a carrier of a cold chain container on the back. What we do, we actually dry formulate into dry powder, and this dry powder is very easily dissolvable in water for injection just prior to the vaccination degrees. The market environment, it's a complex industrial that we're looking at. We have ourselves, we have the countries who orders the vaccines, we have NGOs, which are non-governmental organizations such as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we have the manufacturers, but also the international government organizations such as WHO, and together with the countries. And this is the environment that we are working in. We have a lot of focus to work with NGOs and IGOs, as well as with manufacturers to bring our technology into the market. We used to start out with a business model. We'd have external projects and just simply licensing. We have a patent on our laminate paste technology, as it's called, and we also submitted several other IPs. We've added very recently a fill and finishing using bulk. We published a white paper, which you can find on our website under resources, where we actually took and see what would it enable our technology, what would it take to actually build a fill and finishing plant, and that is just adding on another level of business models and business potentials. Here's the module concept. We have collaborated with key plants that build these modules and stack them together and build them up here in Sweden. Then they can be dismantled and then transported to any green field in the world. And this is the floor plan. Air drying system is this part. We have the tableting machine, and we make a small plug, locker room and QC and the final packaging line. So that is available. We have a board, of course, a very eminent board. We have particularly Fredrik Sjöwall, who is the CEO, the chairman. He was CEO at Inhalation Science at the time when I met him, and he's also part of the founder of the company. Very briefly about the share, we have gone from basically 5 Swedish kronor up to about 25-30 kronor to 270 million SEK market cap. Number of shareholders is fairly large. For a small company like us, we have about 5,600. You can see two major increase of the share price, and that was basically attributed to the number of new shareholders that came in, particularly during April when the pandemic became quite apparent, and then also right after the vacation. So that was, and we're very grateful and thankful for that. Some of the goals to finalize. We said this we put about a year ago, first license. We're still working on this. We'll see what happens, maybe with it being pushed back into the next year. And this has to do, of course, with the pandemic. We said we're going to have at least one new patent application, which we have sent in several. We are working with the laminate paste into GMP and also into the manufacturing site, which we have published, and also developed contacts with NGOs and IGOs. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Göran. That was very interesting. You mentioned here this recently published white paper, which can only be described as good news for you. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what your strategy looks like in the sense of trying to fulfill the potential?
Yes, I mean, it opens up basically a novel revenue stream, if you so wish, going from licensing to actually take more part and going up in the value creation chain. So that needs, of course, to be financed, and there are different possibilities to finance that, either with sort of non-dilutive capital or loans, etc. So we'll see what that happens, and well, yeah.
So of course the pandemic for you, I've hesitated to use the word good news because of course it's not good, but what has it meant for your business? Like you said here, the number of shareholders went up markedly when the pandemic became an established fact.
Yes, it's like being caught in a global storm, essentially. I looked my email yesterday. I had more than 60 emails yesterday, so that's one way to describe it, actually. So
yeah, I know, I can understand that. You will also be making a list change, is that correct, to the First North?
Yes, that's correct.
What do you see the effects of that being in the long term?
Well, we've changed the list from 1st of December, and we're going from Spotlight to Nasdaq, and Nasdaq has a more broader outreach of novel and other type of investors. The investors, for us at least on Spotlight, is typically private persons, and maybe that opens up for novel investors into the company.
So that's happening at the end of this year, but if we look ahead to 2021, what are your goals for 2021?
We have not officially set those goals yet, and as things develop, I mean, it's incredibly difficult actually to say what the goals will be, but we'll try to publish them at least before the year end, and we'll just hang in there and see to navigate into the storm, see where we can land with our technology and our company.
Well, we look forward to following you and hope to have you back in the studio soon.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you for watching. We will be back in a couple of minutes with the first panel discussion of the BioStock Life Science Summit 2020. Thank you.
So, we are back and getting ready for our first panel discussion here at the BioStock Life Science Summit 2020. This panel is going to focus on the ongoing pandemic and its impact on healthcare and the biopharma industry from an investor's perspective. And with me today, I have a very distinguished panel. We will be joined by Mattias Häggblom, who's portfolio manager at the Medica Fund of Swedbank Robur. We also have Klaus Johansson, who is senior portfolio manager at Danske Bank Asset Management. And last but not least, we have Mikael Svensson, who is portfolio manager of Healthcare Select Fund at Sea Worldwide Asset Management. I'd like to say thank you for joining me, guys. And how are you doing?
Thanks for having us.
And thanks.
Doing fine.
Yeah, doing well.
Great. We're gonna start this session with a short intro from each and one of you. You each have 1 minute. We have a sort of a tight time schedule. So how about you start, Mattias?
Sure. So biologist by training, ended up in the finance industry by coincidence in the late 90s. Spent 18 years as an equity research analyst covering Nordic life science stocks. And then now been 5 years with Swedbank Robur managing our global healthcare fund called Medica. $1 billion US assets under management, and it's truly global from West Coast in the US to east of Japan.
A perfect 1 minute pitch. Thank you very much. Klaus, would you like to be next?
Yes, I'm a senior portfolio manager at Danske Bank Asset Management, and I've been covering healthcare since 2004. And I'm advising our global and European funds within the healthcare segment. I'm also a financial and scientific advisor to a UK-based company called Affinity, and we are advising governments and large banks, hedge funds on the development of COVID-2 virus and vaccines and also treatments. So I have pretty good insight into what is going on in that market.
Sounds good. We're going to make good use of that knowledge today. Mikael, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I work at Sea Worldwide Asset Management. For you who don't know it, our previous name was Carnegie Asset Management, and we changed name a few years back. We're headquartered in Copenhagen, where we have our big global fund. We are 115 employees, 188 billion SEK under management. And I'm managing our Healthcare Select Fund, and we have about 8 billion SEK in that fund, and it's a global all-cap fund. We're benchmark agnostic, max 50 holdings in the fund. I've been doing this for 20 years approximately now, and we're 2 PMs on the fund. We have also Ulf Arvidsson, who is MD, PhD on the fund, and we have a collaboration with the Karolinska 8 professors, a scientific advisory board, which we meet 4 times a year.
Thank you. That's quite a few decades of combined knowledge and experience that we're going to tap into today. I'd like to jump right in, and the first question to you guys would be, how has the global COVID-19 pandemic affected your respective investment strategies? And could you name any concrete changes you've made to your portfolios around March this year? We can start with you, Mikael.
Yeah, so this came all of a sudden, and then, the whole market collapsed, and we were quite opportunistic at that time and actually increased our holdings in some of, especially medtech companies that were very hard hit, like Exact Sciences and Novocure. But we never played the direct COVID-19 play through the vaccine companies. I think that's very tough to do because, there are so many players out there and you don't know who's going to win the vaccine race and for how long. So what we did instead was that we actually increased our exposure to a diagnostics company, and we bought an exciting company called Quidel. And they were actually leaders in the influenza testing market before COVID-19. And now they rapidly developed a lot of COVID-19 testings, and they are now cranking out over 2 million COVID-19 tests a week, and they're rapidly increasing production, and they have demand that's 4 to 5 times what they can produce currently, and they're not actively looking for new clients. So, and if you look at that market, I think this is a paradigm shifting for how much testing you will do in the future. You will test a lot more than you did previous to COVID-19, even if we have a vaccine.
So slightly opportunistic approach. Matthias, what kind of changes have you made to your strategies, and did you also grab any chances when they surfaced earlier this year?
Sure. I mean, our starting point is we're viewing ourselves as very long term. So, you know, with every investment decision we make, we tend to think about a 3 to 5 year perspective. That said, of course, you know, when market volatility is as high as it was this spring, in March in particular, you know, opportunities emerge, and we, you know, acquired assets that we probably hadn't thought about acquiring before, and we increased in positions which we liked a lot even prior to, but became cheaper. And I you know, agree with Mikael. We haven't played the COVID-19 vaccine theme as well. We have played, you know, testing. I sympathize with the idea. So we had a lot of, you know, companies that were exposed to, you know, testing, but then they had an underlying business model that we already liked before. So I'm thinking about Thermo Fisher, Abbott, Hologic, names we happily purchased more stocks in when you know, markets collapsed in the spring. You know, then again, back to the long-term perspective, we're typically interested in business models, management teams, and the longer horizon, and that although we have a pandemic right now, that doesn't change for you know, many of the companies out there. So it's continuous work to look for you know, sustainable business models and good management teams. Then prices can be more attractive at the time you buy them.
Thank you, Matthias. What about you, Klaus and Danske Bank? What are your assessment, and have you made any revolutionary changes to your strategies?
We recently changed, let's say, and merged our global funds into a new fund called Global Sustainable Future. So we are measuring and targeting and monitoring companies, how they are doing on an ESG basis. And this is a very concentrated fund, more or less 35 names. And during the pandemic, we evaluated the situation, and we thought that the market had a very sharp rebound, and that was not a bit expected from our side. But we could see some companies lacking, and especially a company called Medtronic that we have followed for many years. They are now in a transition phase with a new CEO, and he's really trying to make the company more agile and can speed up the organic growth. And we could definitely see that having a more, let's say, a 24 months view, we could see that volumes in the hospital will come back when we expect the US population to be vaccinated during the 2021. So into 2022, we thought that actually the earnings were a bit, let's say, undervalued. So we took a position, and we have increased that position during the last 4 months. So it's actually one of the largest positions in our fund, and we also did that because they also have a very strong balance sheet, and they could be opportunistic in this environment. So that is one of the things that we've been doing in this during this period. We have an indirect exposure to testing through Roche Diagnostics, that is one of the leading companies in the world doing testing. So we have some benefit, but it has not been a strategic decision for us just to increase the exposure. We already had quite a large position in Roche already.
Thank you very much, Klaus, and all of you. Interesting to hear your take on this. And so after merely a year in development, within the same week, then several drug makers have presented data that seem to show that you have fairly or very efficient vaccine candidates coming out. is this going to be the game changer that everyone has been waiting for, or is it too soon to call the victory over Corona? And what kind of implications will a functioning vaccine have from an investor's point of view? What would you say, Matthias?
Well, I think most people would tend to agree that a vaccine, in the end of the day, will be necessary to finally, put this pandemic behind us. That said, there will remain many challenges. Although we've seen top-line data from our 2 candidates in phase 3, challenges in terms of providing good long-term safety data, challenges in terms of scaling up at a speed never seen before with mRNA-based vaccines that never been commercialized before, handling of those, given that they require a cold chain store that is not readily available, although there are improvements made in terms of stability data and what have you. And then, of course, an already ongoing skepticism among a large portion of the population against vaccines. So the pandemic, from that perspective, comes at a very, unfortunate timing. So it will probably be many tools in the toolbox. Vaccines will probably play a central part, in my view, but testing will continue for quite some time. Therapeutics, antibodies in development will be important, and lessons learned from the healthcare system to better mitigate and care for those patients who show up in intensive care units. I think a lot have been learned from the first wave in this spring. But I think vaccines is going to be critical to get back to something that we think is normal. Not sure exactly what normal will look like.
Yes, and I know you guys have a fairly global outlook, but if we were to hone in on and focus on the Nordic region, for example, what will you guys be on the lookout for right now, or which companies are likely to catch your eye as investors? I mean, by category or by all means specific companies, if you'd like to elaborate. Let's start with you, Michael.
Yeah, so as you said, we're a global portfolio manager, so our exposure to the Nordic region is quite limited because all the companies here have to compete for the money with the global companies. And we also don't go into really early stage biotechs. They have to have at least proof of concept in human. We have tried to bring some of the really early stuff to our scientific advisory board, and they just say, "Oh, come back when you have some human data that we can analyze." A lot of companies have actually cured mice, but it's another thing to cure a human. And if you look what we have in the Nordic region, obviously we have a position in Novo Nordisk, a great company. We also have exposure in oncopeptides, which is actually one of our largest holdings. And I think they are in a great position. As you know, they have now filed for approval in the US for their novel multiple myeloma drug. And I think they are quite unique that they are going head to head against pomalidomide. And that study will read out early next year. And they could actually get approval now before year end. So exciting times for them, and they are building out now the sales force in the US market for a hopeful approval before year end. So that's a company we really like at this point of stage, and we think it's quite de-risked actually.
And that's always a good thing. Matthias, I know that Robur Medica also has exposure to a few Nordic companies. Is that right? Would you like to elaborate on that?
Sure we do. And I'd raise one of them that is still a bit under the radar for many investors. It's a Danish company called Chemometec. We like to invest in trends that not necessarily involve the company that takes most of the development risk, but those who supplies, the tools for that research to be able to proceed. And cell therapy and gene therapy is obviously making inroad to being commercialized right now. A number of therapies has been approved, and many more than hundreds of them are in development. And Chemometec is one of the leaders in cell counting, and precise such robust cell counting, which is increasingly important if you go from basic research to actually therapies where you can't afford to have the incorrect number of cells being infused to a patient, which can be the difference between either lack of efficacy or a safety concern. So a broad client base, all the biopharma companies involved in developing that, and with a very scalable business model illustrated by high gross margins, but also now expanding EBITDA margins. So it's one of those names that's done well the last couple of years, but still is fairly under-researched and below the radar for many companies and investors.
Thank you, Matthias. And Klaus, you mentioned that you have a very close eye on the COVID-19 vaccine race and the competition there. Do you feel like we will be able to pick a winner of that race anytime soon, or is it perhaps the messenger RNA companies in general that will be the future winners? What do you think?
A little bit too early to call a winner, but it's definitely very, very exciting efficacy data that we have seen from Moderna and Pfizer BioNTech. We still need to see how Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca, Novavax, and definitely a lot of other companies report data next year. So far we've seen some good data. Now we have to get a good look into the safety database, how these vaccines work in the elderly population. And also we have to know a little bit about how long is it actually going to protect the population that will be vaccinated. And then we will monitor very closely how these companies have been able to scale up production. We've already seen Pfizer reducing the production volume for this year from 100 million doses to 50 million doses. So that was quite a sharp reduction. So it means that there is still some hurdles that these companies need to pass, and we will have to monitor all the clinical data. It's a tough job to do, but we have to monitor the data and look into the safety and see how this involves. So it's definitely a race that you have to keep an eye on for 2021, as these companies will both produce a large volume to the rest of the world, and we also need to monitor how these vaccines will actually be distributed in the low-income countries, so we can actually have an effective opening of the whole global economy. You can expect US and Europe to vaccinate next year, US probably starting this year, but then you can see a gradual opening, starting with the healthcare workers being vaccinated, and then probably the elderly population, and then the healthy adults like us. But that will take some time, so we'll probably get into 2022 before actually the whole population has been vaccinated. So we have to expect a gradual opening up for 2021. But it's exciting times, and let's cross our fingers that we have very efficacious vaccines.
Indeed, we're crossing our fingers and our toes for that. We are running out of time, so I would like to ask each and one of you very briefly to name then the biggest risk looming over the market for the upcoming year that the investors should stay alert on. Let's start with you, Matthias.
Okay, sure. I was hoping you'd pick the others, and then I come with something contrarian here. But maybe some of the following speakers will talk about risks with the vaccine development and what have you. I'm actually more focused on although we don't tend to think about us as macro investors, but if you want to be talking about risk, of course, that comes in the macro perspective. And employment data is typically what can cause a cycle to turn, so to say. So obviously we have many people on the street is a bit confused why this market is on all-time high while there is looming unemployment and difficulties around societies. Obviously, the market has been looking through the pandemic and now also helped with the vaccine data. But if there continues to be a disconnect, then here in Europe we have clearly our second wave ongoing now, and there's a lot of support from governments and what have you, fiscal policy and so on. But that's something that needs to be monitored closely, because if that sort of has a sustained disconnect with what the market is pricing in, then eventually that can be problematic. So I'm not going to go into long-term interest rates or safety risk with the vaccines, but I'm going to point to employment, because in the end of the day, that needs to be connected with what's going on in the market.
Thank you very much, Matthias. As you were hoping to come out last, I was hoping for a slightly shorter answer, so that took up most of the rest of our time. But Mikael, very briefly, what would you consider the biggest risk for the upcoming year? And I mean very briefly.
Yeah, I'll be very short. Yeah, as Matthias said, the long-term effects of the vaccines, we don't know the long-term if there are any side effects. That could be a dent to the market and the reopening. And then also, I think a risk that people are not really looking into right now is that the US election is not a done deal yet. You have a Senate race which looks to be Republican winning that. It's 50-48 right now, but it's quite important for the healthcare sector that we have a split Congress and with Biden as president, because if the Democrats take all three, then you could see some legislation and pricing pressure on drugs in the future. So that's what I keep an eye on.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much. You mentioned the American election results, and actually had that as a backup question if we would have time to spend, but I think that will be an entirely different panel. Klaus, you have the final word here. What are you on the outlook for or avoiding in 2021?
Oh, that's a very good question. We're actually looking into 2022, how we think the market could evolve, both in terms of volume and procedures. But I think you have to pay attention to any drug price reform, any, let's say, redistribution of rebates in the US healthcare system. I think you have to monitor a tax reform could happen in US. I think there's of course also the risk that this SARS-CoV-2 is mutated itself, so we will have less efficacious vaccines. So I think there's a few things to monitor in going into 2021.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Ending on a high note, I would like to say thank you very much for taking the time to participate here today. And I hope we'll get an opportunity to chat soon again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Playdirekt.
So we are actually going to take a short break now, and when we have done that, we will be back with more company presentations. So stay tuned and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, and after a very interesting panel discussion, we are ready for a just as interesting presentation by Danish company ExpreS2ion Biotech and the CEO Bent Frandsen. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you BioStock for allowing me to present ExpreS2ion Biotechnologies at this virtual event. My name is Bent Frandsen, I'm CEO here. And I'm very pleased to present here on the back of very important information. Yesterday we released on the manufacturing for our first clinical trial in our COVID-19 project. We are a Scandinavian biotechnology company focused on infectious diseases and oncology solutions, where we make vaccines and immunotherapies. We have been operating in DTU Science Park, north of Copenhagen, for 10 years now, and got listed at the First North Nasdaq Growth Market in 2016. And importantly in our story is 3 years ago we established AdaptVac, which is a joint venture between ExpreS2ion Biotechnologies and a research group coming out of Professor Ali Salanti's group at the Institute for Immunology and Microbiology at Copenhagen University. We are now in a phase where we transition our company from a more service provider business model to a pipeline-driven company. And in this connection, we already have established a very unique pipeline within the COVID-19 and breast cancer, as well as influenza and malaria. Our technologies are well protected. We have very new and experienced management. I started myself as CEO in the company a little year ago. I've been in the company 4 years and have 20 years of life science experience. Furthermore, we have just concluded a cash raising process here in October, where we raised 131 million Swedish kronor, with potentially up to 85 million Swedish kronor more. This is targeted for our pipeline-focused company and the development of our pipeline. Very briefly about the technologies that we have. We have certain insect cell-based technology that allow us to produce difficult to express proteins. So we can express, that is manufacture, very complex proteins, and we have 10 years of experience in the company doing this, and we have actually also clinical stage projects within malaria based on the proteins being produced in these insect cells. The benefits of this system, it's a very fast system, so we can very quickly research in the early stages, and we can also say that we now have clinical validation for the use of this technology. Furthermore, it's very cost competitive, which is especially important when we talk about the malaria, where we can make relatively cost-friendly proteins for the vaccines. Then we have this very important virus-like particle technology, which is residing in the joint venture AdaptVac. And this is, as it says, a virus-like particle. It resembles a particle, very safe, has no viral genetic elements. But the invention here is that we can bind any protein of interest on the surface of this ball-shaped molecular structure. And this enables us to make very directed vaccines and building a very strong immune response. Furthermore, we can say that we see now that we have proof of concept in animals. It's a very fast immune response and a very long-lasting immune response as well. So with these two technologies, the insect cell-based protein production and the virus-like particle technology, we have embarked on developing our own products this year actually. And this is how we depict our pipeline. I'll spend a bit more time on the two first projects within coronavirus and breast cancer, which are approximating clinic here within the next couple of years, helped by the recent cash raising process. So for the COVID-19 project, we have seen some very strong data since we started on this. It started in the beginning of the year, In February this year, we announced that we would initiate a development project based on manufacturing the SARS-CoV-2 antigens in the Drosophila S2 insect cells, and we would couple it to the virus-like particle technology. Within a month, we had established a development consortium which is financed by an EU Horizon 2020 project grant. So this actually allows us to pursue this project vigorously until and including a first clinical trial, which we are soon starting. So we have seen during the project in animal data that we are able to boost the immunogenicity significantly, and more importantly, with just a single injection in animals, we see a long-lasting protection. And if we compare with other published preclinical literature out there of all the different COVID-19 projects that are out there, we are actually on a level which is significantly, like in 100-fold higher than other projects. Even the messenger RNA and DNA vaccine technologies. Furthermore, we have a very nice storage condition. We can see that we can handle this stable in ambient temperatures, that's between 2 and 8 degrees, and we have preliminary stability data showing that we can even handle it in room temperature. Furthermore, this type of vaccine that we're making is very relevant also to targeted populations for weaker or elder population, which we aim at with this vaccine. Last week, Bavarian Nordic, our licensee for this project, announced some very exciting monkey animal data, and that's non-human primate NHP data, and they actually further support the preclinical data we have seen so far. That's potentially one-shot only vaccine with a long-lasting response. And Bavarian Nordic furthermore handles the additional development into phase 3 and commercial distribution of the vaccine, which can take place in 2021 if they find the right funding for this. We then have our breast cancer vaccine project, where we use the same principle. We make the HER2 antigen in the insect cells and we couple it to the VLP. And again, we have some very exciting preclinical data that shows a very long-lasting response following administration of the vaccine. So all in all, we have the potential here to break immune tolerance, which is the holy grail if you're working with cancer vaccines. And that's a strong proof of concept we've seen here. There are other animal data supporting this breast cancer vaccine project as well. The point with this project is that we have just raised, during the cash raising process here, the amount of money that will allow us to bring this project forward and until the first clinical trial in 2022. This is going to have the most attention in our company here in the next 1 to 2 years. We have an option to license agreement with AdaptVac, where this project comes from, and we are in the middle of concluding the licensing agreement for this particular project. In connection with that licensing agreement, we also have a shareholder agreement with AdaptVac, where there will be a shift in the ownership in connection for that. But I'm looking really much forward to gaining 100% control of this exciting project. Looking at our pipeline again, just also raising the market figures that we have for this. It's very high and promising for these vaccines. I'll skip quickly over this slide, just highlighting that we have a new management, as I said myself. We have also Keith Alexander, our CFO, who joined us here 1st of October with a very strong banking background, and will handle us in our transition going forward, as well as Dr. Wien de Jong, our CSO in the company. And not least, the news flow here in the very near term. During 2021, we will progress. If Bavarian Nordic succeeds, we have actually already a strong revenue stream coming from the COVID-19 project in the HER2 breast cancer vaccine project that will take most of our attention within our R&D resources during 2021, with the aim of starting the first clinical trial in 2022. And just briefly on influenza and malaria, of course, we are also progressing on those. I'm looking forward to presenting more on those also for next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. I think we'll have to start at the COVID-19, which I'm sure is what everyone is most interested in, of course. Starting quite general, what is your view on the competitive landscape after this week when Pfizer and Moderna has announced very positive results from their COVID vaccine trials?
Yeah. So they, Pfizer and Moderna, they are basing their vaccines on so-called messenger RNA technologies. We've known since spring that these technologies could make them lead the development plan. But we've said all along, we're actually not in this development for winning a race. We cannot do that with the technologies that we have at hand, but we're in it for being the best. And we have reason to believe, based on these clinical data that I showed, where we are more than 100-fold higher in the immune response and in the neutralizing antibodies, that we have a very, very efficacious vaccine. So that's very promising.
So in your view, it's a marathon, not a sprint, getting to a vaccine.
We're all here to save the world.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, and we come with an approach where we can even target the elderly, as I said. I think there's a very strong need also to give targeted vaccines that will have an important marketplace for our vaccine as well.
And if we look ahead to next year, then what are the main milestones that the shareholders can look forward to?
Obviously, actually the first clinical trial.
Of course.
The manufacturing batch that we have now produced at GMP, that's good manufacturing scale. That means that we have the material that we can use for people. That's then being analyzed, and it has to go into the clinical trial application. So we expect to start soon. I cannot say exactly when, but
that was going to be my next question, of course.
Yes, but we still aim at having first data during Q1 2021. So that's good. Yeah.
Well, we will, like everyone else, be following that with great excitement. Thank you so much for coming here today and telling us about it.
Thank you very much.
And we will be right back with the next presentation from the BioStock Life Science Summit. Welcome back to BioStock studio here at Medicon Village in Lund, where we are now joined by Dorte Gram, CEO for Pila Pharma. Welcome, Dorte.
Tack. No, thank you. So, thanks for inviting us back here to pitch at your session. We were here 2 years ago to tell about that we had gotten approval to do a phase 2A trial, and now we have completed that, and I'm happy to be here back. So we were planning on bringing also Lars Buchhaver Rasmussen for this session, but since we are only allowed to be one person, I'm here on behalf of the company. But Lars and also our other colleague Gustav had contributed to the slide deck and also the plans, of course. So I'm glad to present the news that Pila Pharma, who's developing a novel diabetes treatment, is planning to go to the stock exchange in Sweden in Q2 2021. And the reason that we are doing that, of course, why we are motivated to do a new treatment for diabetes is that, in fact, you have probably heard a lot about the corona pandemic, but another pandemic that is also present in the world is that there is a lot of patients, diabetes patients, increasing in number every year, and every time that they count the numbers, they are actually always more than what has been expected. So by coincidence, I discovered a new mode of action to treat diabetes about 20 years ago when I worked at Novo Nordisk, and that is my life case, I guess, to take that forward and make a new treatment, especially for the patients who are not able to afford the types of treatments that are available now, and the types of treatments that are cheap are maybe not good enough for what we would like to do. So here is the management team. I have previously shown you slides of our very good scientific advisory board and also a very competent board of directors. But new to the management team is Lars Buchhaver Rasmussen that you see here on the right. He is, as me, a veterinarian, and I've known him for 15 years. He's a very competent person after he did his master thesis with me, actually on this topic with this new diabetes treatment. He has made an impressive career in the pharma industry, being 15 years at Lipum Pharma, where he has worked a lot with different parts of drug development, focusing on marketing, strategy, and finance. So I headhunted him for this process, and he is now leading the project in Pila Pharma to take us to the stock exchange next year. So what do we have in Pila? Well, we're working with a molecule, a small molecule that blocks what I popularly call the chili receptor, TRPV1 it's called. It is a new mode of action in diabetes. This receptor has been studied in pain and inflammation, but what was new for me is that it probably had a role in diabetes also through regulation of insulin. And we showed that in very convincingly, we thought ourselves at least, in both mice and rats, different various models. Also Lars did a very nice study showing that. But of course, and in that process, I filed a use patent at Novo Nordisk. And in 2008, Novo Nordisk decided not to pursue small molecule or tablet-based treatments, and they sold all their assets, including this one. So I was lucky to be able to buy out my use patent application, and in my own settings, first Senior Pharma and now Pila Pharma, we have had these use patents issued. So we have patents that cover the mechanism, so blocking the chili receptor for the treatment of obesity and diabetes, and those patents are issued in the US and in Europe. Furthermore, we then, long time after we got those use patents issued, we in-licensed a molecule that had already been in the clinic. And that is a molecule, our molecule XEN-D0501, that had been developed first by Bayer Healthcare in Germany. That took it to first in man, so it's a really rock solid asset we got. And they had sold it to a biotech company in UK. And this biotech company there had done some clinical trials in 2 other indications where the safety was demonstrated to be very good, but unfortunately they weren't able to show efficacy. We of course believe that they weren't into the right indication. Diabetes would be the right indication here, or pain maybe. So we in-licensed that asset, so patents around, global patents around the molecule, And also we at that time got ready to use tablets and kilos of API, which is really costly and timely to produce. So that was great. We were able to move directly into clinical trials. So Pila Pharma was founded in 2014, and in 2015 Almi Invest joined as the first investors, funding this selection phase of a molecule. And then from 2016 we in-licensed this molecule, and we have done 2 clinical trials since then. Our strategy on the patent side is to, since these substance of matter patents are becoming old, we still think that the molecule has its utility, and because it's very potent and selective and now safe and also effective in diabetes, it seems, we have the strategy is to patent specific indications for the molecule whenever we have demonstrated efficacy. So now we are in the process of patenting the use of this molecule in diabetes, and hopefully that will be ready soon. So why can we do that? So I brought just a single slide regarding the efficacy in diabetes. As I mentioned, we have done 2 clinical trials. One was a single ascending dose, meaning single doses, and if it was safe going up to the next. We had planned to go up to 4 milligrams, but along the course of the study we saw that this molecule was surprisingly more safe than we expected, so we applied for and got approval to go up to 8 milligram. That was the highest dose. Maybe we could have gone higher, we don't know. But that was safe, and in parallel we had actually sought approval for doing a pilot phase 2 trial to not spend a lot of money and time on a target if it wasn't valid. So we did a 4-week trial or 28 days trial in diabetic patients where we dosed them morning and evening. The molecule is now formulated in a tablet that has a very short acting duration. We don't know if that is the best formulation at the moment, we will see later on, but we used those tablets that were available and mimicked both the trials that have been done before, which was by daily doses of 4 milligram. And after the 28 days, we subjected the patients to what is called an oral glucose tolerance test, where they drink 75 grams of glucose. And there you can assess, of course, the excursion in blood glucose, but also the insulin response. And we had hypothesized that this effect of this TRPV1 receptor antagonist should go via a potentiation of endogenous, so your own body's response of insulin to glucose, for instance. And here we nicely demonstrate, now I don't know if you can point here, but the blue curve is the insulin curve for the treated patients, and the gray curve for the placebo patients. So it, as you can see, only 23 patients were treated with Sendo, and 29 patients were treated with placebo. We started off with 30 plus 30, but we had to exclude some patients, unfortunately. But still here, it came out statistically significantly better, the response in insulin, and it is actually quite a marked increase. It's almost 50% more insulin at time 30, if you can see. And at time 60, 90, that is actually around the peak of the molecule in the system. So we're very confident with that, and so we have a plan to move forward in diabetes, obviously, and that would cost us around 120 million to go through a phase 2B trial, and this is what we now want to list in Sweden for to finance this process. If we, when we get a little bit further, have the possibility to raise more funds, we will also look at other indications, potentially an orphan indication, and also I have some ideas for other pipeline projects. Further after that, we would like to exit or find a partner, but with the new diabetes regulations in the FDA in the US has just recently withdrawn the request to do big cardiovascular outcome trials. And with that, you only have to do a regular phase 3 program of only about 500 million Swedish kronor instead of 2 billion. So it's still a lot of money, and it's very comprehensive to do a phase 3, but I don't think it's impossible as it was just as we perceived it just a few months ago. So financing-wise, yes, we are going to list next year, and we hope that many new investors will pay the interest in our company and maybe consider to invest when we go to the stock exchange in Stockholm. So that's.
Thank you, and well, congratulations on some great news there with the listing next year. That must be very exciting.
Yes, that's very exciting.
So how come you made the decision now to go public?
So we have been asked by some of our investors for a long time, aren't you going to list? It's the Swedish model, you know, that you give some financial support for startup companies, and then it's more or less expected that you will go to one of the small stock exchanges. But I have personally found that it would be maybe a little bit to overdo things if we weren't able to demonstrate that the mechanism was true. So I've been focused on doing this proof of principle study and do it cost effectively. So we spent 25 million kronor on these two studies. It's really not a lot. I think we've been very cost effective. But of course, from now on, we feel that we are on safe ground now with regards to efficacy and safety. So now is the time to go ahead with the phase 2b trials, and they are costly. And we've decided to go one leap more because we can see that the ticket of what you can expect to get as a sign-on fee if you do a partnership will go up multiple times if we take it to phase 2b results.
And yeah, like you said here, you wanted to be sure of the proof of principle and so on before you took the next step. So what is it about your candidate that is different from the available treatments today?
First of all, it's a totally new mechanism of action, and as I said before, we have patents around that, so nobody else can do a similar molecule, at least for some time. And maybe when we get to market, they will actually be able to do so. But then, of course, as I said, we have a small tablet. It's actually very small, and we have demonstrated that it's very, very stable, up to almost no degradation in 5 years when we store them up to 25 degrees. So it's like very cheap to not just produce, but also to store and distribute. And then, of course, we don't know that yet. But if I'm right in what I have kind of figured out with mechanism of action, then we will have a very good effect on insulin and thereby glucose regulation, most likely also on insulin sensitivity, and maybe other effects. So if I'm right in what I've been predicting, we will have more positive effects than and still a good safety profile than the comparative products. And then, so it's on convenience, it's probably on price, depending on who will market it. It's on efficacy, and it's also on safety. So we hope we can beat them all, more or less. But of course, it's a big world, and so we predict, or when we do our NPV calculations, we have estimated or hope for or expect that we can get maybe 5% of the future tablet market in diabetes, which is enormous. So.
Yes, because like you said, diabetes is a big problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem already. Of course, there are good treatments already now, but the problem is that some patients, and we've seen that here in the corona pandemic, a lot of these patients that are hospitalized and need the extra treatment, they are diabetics maybe, and of those who are diabetics, especially those who are not well regulated, so who are not getting adequate treatment for their diabetes, they are at bigger risk to get other illnesses. And many of these patients who are not well regulated, they're not well regulated because of cost, right? Or availability, but mainly cost is the biggest driver. So I hope that we can fill a gap and provide treatment that is good and effective and safe and may not need to be really, really, really expensive. So,
well, we certainly look forward to following you in the coming year, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you soon again.
Yes,
thank you for coming.
No, bye.
And thank you for watching. We will be right back. Welcome back to the BioStock Life Science Summit, and I am here with Idogen CEO Anders Karlsson, who is about to present his company. Welcome, Anders.
Thank you, Cecilia. My name is Anders Karlsson and I am the CEO of Idogen. We are based here in Lund and we are developing tolerogenic cell therapy. We are listed on the Nasdaq First North and has been there since June 4th this year. The agenda for today, I want to give you a short introduction to our technology platform, discuss our key activities for this year and the past year, and also looking forward, talking about our prioritized projects and also key activities for the upcoming year, and finally give a few words about our rights issue that is rolled out today. Our technology is targeting conditions and diseases when the immune system has become your enemy. It can be when the immune system has developed anti-drug antibodies and is attacking biological drugs and hampers their effect. It can also be after transplantation, where we normally have a long-term need of immunosuppressant treatment. Otherwise, the body and the immune system will reject the graft. Other conditions is all these autoimmune diseases where the immune system erroneously attacks the body's own cells and tissues. And in all these conditions, we seek to turn off these unwanted attacks from the immune system with our technology. We have developed a platform technology with our tolerogenic cell therapy. We have also applied for patent, and we are aiming for 20 years of market exclusivity until 2040. We are focusing on 3 major projects. It's IDO8 targeting hemophilia A, it's IDO-T targeting kidney transplantation with living donor, and finally also IDO-AID, which targeting the autoimmune diseases. To give you an introduction to the mode of action of our technology, you need to understand the key role that the dendritic cells are playing in the immune response. The dendritic cells has the role to identify friends or foes within the system, and via intolerant dendritic cells, it activates immune response when needed via the effector T cells. Via tolerant dendritic cells, it also are able to downregulate immune responses using regulatory T cells, the peacemakers in the system. And they are very important for our technology as such. There is a lot of cells and bacteria and molecules that our system needs to sort out. And if it looks like this, when you target virus and bacteria as enemies and pharmaceuticals needed as friends, then there is not a problem. But when you see this, when the immune system targeting treatment, important biological treatment as enemy, then we have a problem. And what our system do at that time is to reprogram the immune system very specifically, targeting the specific antigen that is initiating this unwanted immune response and create a very specific tolerance. That is what we're doing with our tolerogenic cell therapy. We are having a tailor-made treatment for the patients. We are collecting the monocytes from the patient at the local hospital. We are then sending the monocytes to our GMP facility, and there we introduce the disease-specific antigens with our patentable tolerance inducer, and outside the body processing the cells to be disease-specific tolerogenic dendritic cells. And this is actually our tolerogenic cell therapy, which we are then sending back to to the local hospital and treat the patients bi-weekly with 3 to 4 injections. A very important milestone was last year when we signed a manufacturing agreement with Radboud University Medical Center in the Netherlands. They are world leading in manufacturing cell therapy based on dendritic cells, and we have now performed tech transfer into Radboud. We have also initiated the development of the cell therapy to be used for our clinical trial for IDO8 that is started in second half of next year. If we look into very important milestones the past years, we in June the past year announced our new upgraded tolerance inducer. We signed the agreement with Radboud, as I mentioned, but also we applied for patent in December, which is now possible to give us 20 years of future market exclusivity. For this year, there's been a lot of focus on IDO8, which is the main project ongoing right now. We have performed the tech transfer. We are also doing preparation for the clinical phase 1, phase 2 study. We are doing regulatory discussions with authorities in Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark. We are also performing preclinical documentation and also updating our patent application, which is also a very critical and important part of the work is also to continue to update our potential partners, big pharma companies that we in the future potentially see as partners for our technologies. If we move forward for the next year and look into what is important there, we continue to prioritize IDO8 and the clinical trial for that. That is a plan that is rolled out already now. But a very important change since last presentation is also that we are accelerating the development of IDO-T, which is one of the reasons for our rights issue that we're launching right now. So looking into IDO8, preclinical studies will be performed during the early 2021. We are making detailed planning of our phase 1, phase 2 study. We are also planning the submission of a clinical trial application for IDO8 in June. Manufacturing should start, as well as the study start in the second half of 2021. For IDO-T, we are accelerating the development, and we are now starting to adapt the transplantation indication to our technology platform. This is a very important step for us. We have received a lot of interest for this indication from potential partners, and this is the reason why we want to speed up this process. We will initiate preclinical studies for IDO-T, as well as setting up a very good advisory board for this development phase. And as I said earlier, we are also extending our business development and partnering discussions over the upcoming year also, which is an important thing to do in the phase where we are now. So if we summarize Idogen at the time being, we are well advanced and we have a clear strategy ahead. We have a proven proof of principle cell therapy. We have a proprietary technology that is able to give us market exclusivity until 2040. We have a strong partner with high quality, large scale production. And we aim at clinical readiness and to start the clinical trial in the second half of 2021. And at the same time, we are building relations for future partnership for further development. So, looking into what happens now, starting today, that is the subscriptions for units in our rights issue, starting today. And you will find more information about this on our website, www.idogen.com. And subscription period is from now and until December 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders. It's very good that you ended on the rights issue there, because my first question is about the rights issue. How come you decided to carry this rights issue out right now?
I think there is many reasons, but the main thing is, yes, we need to accelerate IDO8. make sure we are able to start the clinical trial in second part of 2021. But also the interest we have seen on the transplantation indication brings us to the decision, yes, we need to do it now, and we need also to develop things in parallel. So this is, as you say, the two main things. Parallel with that, which has also been prioritized before, is the business development part. That is also a critical thing for moving forward, I should say.
Yeah, Chris, one of your aims is to increase the focus on developing academic and commercial partnerships. Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Yes, I mean, we have a technology platform, which is, so to say, a very valuable asset. We can apply different indications, IDO8, IDO-T, but then you also have several opportunities within the IDO-AID area. And what we see for the time being is we see a lot of different opportunities to connect with leading pharma companies, other players, to learn more, but also to create commercial partnerships in the future. So we are at the critical phase where we now need to initiate more discussions, but also to share where we are and update the partners that we already have discussed with. So that's the reason.
If we finally zoom out a little bit and look at the cell therapy area as a whole, how would you say that the competitive landscape looks? Do you have any direct competitors, for example, to your platform?
If you start with the first question, the landscape as such, I mean, this market is booming. I should say that cell therapy is here to stay. Cell therapy will increase in number of registrations in the upcoming years. There will be an infrastructure of this kind of technology in the future. So that is the good thing. Looking into competitions, I think that yes, there is a lot of activities out there. We believe in our technology, and we have applied for patent for our specific technology, and we believe in that. So what we're saying is that yes, there is competition out there, but we trust that we have a good solution to create tolerance in these patients. And we think this is a very, very interesting achievement if we can take our technology into that. Yeah. So if that is an answer.
That is an answer. I'm happy with that.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you, Anders, for coming. And thank you for watching. We will be right back with another presentation.
Thank you.
Welcome back to a BioStock studio here at Medicum Village in Lund, where I have been joined by Lipum and CEO Einar Pontén. Welcome, Einar.
Thanks a lot. My name is Einar Pontén, and I'm the CEO of Lipum since 4 years. And Lipum is a biopharmaceutical company focused on the chronic inflammatory diseases. Our lead candidate, SOL-116, is a humanized monoclonal antibody that is rapidly moving towards clinical trials. And to make that possible, we have a very experienced team, and we have in fact also still the majority of shareholders are the founders of the company. And right now we are currently evaluating the IPO opportunity for the further financing of Lipum development. We work with chronic inflammatory diseases. Inflammation is a natural process in the healing. It is when this inflammation is lingering, when it becomes chronic, when we start to have the adverse effect and the deterioration of, for instance, the joints. And inflammation affects millions, hundreds of millions of people globally. But more specifically, rheumatoid arthritis affects about 1% of the global population. And the rare disease, juvenile idiopathic arthritis, that I will come back to a little bit later, affects around about 600,000 children and young people, teenagers. Despite the fact that we have had a tremendous progress in development of treatment and new drugs, in particular biologicals for chronic inflammations, there is still a high unmet need. Beside adverse effects of the current treatment, there is also a significant portion of the patients that are not helped. Actually, they are non-responders, around about 30% in fact. And this is where we see a business opportunity and we see a significant medical need. Our target molecule is a protein called bile salt stimulated lipase. And in this right-hand graph here you can see an animal model on mice where we induce arthritis with collagen. And the wild-type mice are on the open circles here. When they get the collagen, they get the arthritis just as expected. But if we instead use the knockout mice, the genetically modified mice that don't have the BSSL, they are in fact not affected at all, and that is the black squares. And a similar pattern is seen also when we study colitis. Here you have the colon, and the treated, when the animals are treated, the knockouts are in principle unaffected, while the wild types get a seriously damaged colon. So this clearly indicates that there is an importance of BSSL in the development of the inflammation. And for that reason, we have developed SOL-116. And as I said, it's a humanized monoclonal antibody that should target BSSL and block the activity of the protein. This year we have applied for patent for the SOL-116. That means that we will have protection for our innovation for the next 20 years. Previously, we already have granted patents for the treatment principle. They're granted in the US and Europe for rheumatoid arthritis and also for juvenile arthritis, and pending for the IBD, the inflammatory bowel disease. What we will offer is an alternative mode of action. And it's described here by what our findings is that the BSSL molecule is released from neutrophils. And when it binds to monocytes, it stimulates monocytes to migrate to the site of inflammation and then differentiate and upregulate pro-inflammatory cytokines. But if we block the released BSSL, we don't get this migration of the monocytes, and that should prohibit the development of the inflammation. Now, we think this has a wide applicability. So at this point, we have entered into a sort of late preclinical stage in looking into the arthritis, and we're preparing for clinical trials in the beginning of 2022. But in parallel to that, we're also exploring other chronic inflammatory diseases, and exemplified by those that we have listed here. A range of inflammatory diseases that has a high medical need, and we have seen in ex vivo experiments in particular that there is a correlation between the inflammation and an elevated level of the target protein BSSL. As I mentioned, we also see when we test on the genetically modified mice, the knockout mice, that there is an effect of BSSL. The knockouts are protected from developing the inflammation. And in the case of arthritis, we have tested in 4 different types of animal models and verified the importance of BSSL in development of inflammation, and also the potential of blocking the BSSL molecule with an antibody. These indications were selected because they range from autoinflammatory type to autoimmune type of inflammation. These diseases altogether constitute a huge market, global market. And of course, Lipum cannot address all of them, but more specifically, we have seen that in the juvenile idiopathic arthritis, we identify an opportunity of 1.2 billion euro. And for the rheumatoid arthritis, we see an opportunity for 4 billion euro. And of course, to exploit this, we need to have competent industry people on board, but we have also the entrepreneurs. 2 of us have made exit previously. In the same time, we have those that have gone through things like CMC, TOX, regulatory, and IP, of course. And for the board and scientific advisory board, there is a range of scientific experience and practice. So some of these are doctors, in particular with experience from children, and they have seen the medical need among children affected by juvenile idiopathic arthritis. So now, this year, we can conclude that we have applied for patent that give us exclusivity for the next 20 years. Norrlandsfonden have invested in Lipum. We just recently produced 200 liter of our antibody SOL-116 at Apcena, that is our partner in San Diego. And we have, in principle, a production method by that. And we have also initiated collaboration with Örebro University, and that is related to IL-1 research. It's research on plaque and heart attack, stroke, and to some extent also cancer. And just this week, we start another study together with our partner Immunicum in Uppsala to get more details and more insights in the mode of action. If we now look ahead, first of all, we are looking into the IPO opportunity because we need to finance next year's activities. And we start the tox study of SOL-116 now in December, together with our partner Charles River. And in April, we continue to GMP manufacturing of the SOL-116, which means that we will have plenty of time for fill and finish and a preparation ready to start clinical phase 1 study during the first quarter of 2022. And the phase 1 study is planned that we first have a phase 1A on healthy volunteers, and the phase 1B will be on adult RA patients. And the intention is, of course, then that we will also look for clinical verification by monitoring pro-inflammatory biomarkers and the DAS28 score that is used for the diagnosis of rheumatoid arthritis. And I think I'm finished there, so I thank you for your attention, and we look into the questions.
Yeah, ready for some questions. I actually wanted to start with the patient perspective. So if you look at these children and young people who have juvenile idiopathic arthritis, what would it mean for them to have a treatment like yours available?
Yeah, that would make a change, of course, especially for those that are non-responders to the current biologics, because in the treatment tree, first of all, they get small chemical molecules like methotrexate, and the next instance is typically then an anti-TNF antibody. But since several of them, around about 30%, are non-responders, there is a need for an alternative mode of action, and that's where we see an opportunity that our antibody could meet an unmet need.
And if we look a bit, you talked about the finances a bit here. You are supported by the European Union's Horizon program.
Yeah, we received, actually we started the project 2 years ago, so we received 2.2 million euro. And it has been for 24 months, and that was also followed up by private investments of around about 2.4 million euro. So we have been very well financed so far.
Yes, because you also did a share issue, right, of 10 million this summer.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Actually, it was when this pandemic breakout was in February. We immediately decided to change a little bit in the plan, reduce our capital need, and we made a smaller share issue. In altogether, it was 10 million SEK.
Yeah, because like you said there, you were quite quick to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and change your plans for the year. Would you say you've been successsul in reacting to the new normal?
Yeah, that was a smart move, because we did. I mean, nobody know what will happen, and we were not in a rush. Of course, it would have been much more complicated if you already started clinical trials, for instance. So now we know that now we have had the time to develop everything and prepare. Now we're really ready to push the button. So with the tox study starting now, we will have all the data we need to start clinical trials in the first quarter 2022.
So if we look ahead a bit, where do you see Lipum at the end of next year, at the end of 2021?
Yeah, well, then we're just about to start the clinical studies, because the tox program, and this is something that is often forgotten, and that is that the costs for development of a monoclonal antibody and the cost for passing tox studies are much higher compared to a small molecule. But the benefit is that the success rate is normally twice as high. So those candidates that reach clinical phase, you have twice as high chance to reach the market if you have a monoclonal antibody.
Well, thank you, Einar, for coming and telling us about your company.
Thanks a lot.
And that was today's final presentation from the studio here in Lund. We will take a lunch break now, and we will be back shortly with presentations from the studio in Stockholm. Thank you for watching.
We will continue today's broadcast here from our studio in Stockholm. My name is Linus Flink-Jernfors and I will be moderating the event this afternoon. The first company presenting to this afternoon would be Abliva, and with us on link we have Erik Kinman. I leave the word to you, Erik. Thank you.
Thank you, Linus. Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Erik Kinman. I'm the CEO of Abliva. And I will talk today about our strategy focused on primary mitochondrial disease and our lead programs KO-133 and NB354. Abliva is a company that has a near pivotal rare disease asset with blockbuster potential. We're focused on primary mitochondrial diseases in which mitochondria, who are the powerhouse of cells, are dysfunctional. The reason we are actually approaching a pivotal study with KO-133 is the positive feedback that we received from the FDA and the decision by the board to actually move into that recommended pivotal trial. Very interestingly, we also announced this morning positive feedback also from the UK MHRA regulatory body, further supporting our plans to move into a pivotal study with KO-133. In addition, we have a second program, NB354, which is expected to be in the clinical development 2021 next year. And we have Hadean as a new life science specialist investor as well. We're listed on the Stockholm Nasdaq Stock Exchange, a small cap list, and we have a market cap of 240 to 250 million Swedish crowns. So the question is, why are mitochondria so important then? Well, these are small cell bodies in the cells, in all the cells in the body with the exception of red blood cells. They convert nutrients and the energy of nutrients and oxygen into energy that the cells need. And when these mitochondria do not function, they cause cell death and organ failure. In primary mitochondrial disease, the focus of our company, there are genetic mutations that lead to dysfunctional mitochondria. These diseases are devastating diseases with severe symptoms and continuous deterioration. They can affect all organs since mitochondria are basically everywhere. And there are no approved medicines for systemic primary mitochondrial disease. These diseases are orphan indications, which means that regulatory support is more available. The documentation need is smaller than for common diseases, and because of that, the time to market is shorter and also the costs to market. And generally speaking, these type of programs have a higher success rate as well. And well on the market, with an approval of the orphan drug and an orphan status, there is an added protection to the patent protection in that there is an exclusivity 10 years in Europe and 7 years in the US. And the likelihood of receiving a premium price is substantially higher for these type of indications as well. These diseases often debut at an early age and leads to premature death. This is illustrated by some of these mitochondrial diseases, where Leigh syndrome is the focus of our NB354 programs. These patients on average die before the age of 5. And for the KO-133 program, the most common mutation is mitochondrial mutation 3243, and the patients in with these mutations on average die before the age of 35. So KO-133 is a first-in-class disease-modifying treatment where the aim is to improve the lives of patients with primary mitochondrial disease. We're focusing on 2 spectrum disorders, MELAS-MID and KSS-CPO. These diseases lead to severe symptoms, continuous worsening of the symptoms throughout life. These patients have severe fatigue, They have muscle weakness leading to disabilities and exercise intolerance, and they also have a difficult to treat mitochondrial diabetes. The estimate of the amount of patients is about 40,000 in the US and Europe. And if you add to this the average price of orphan drugs, which is some $150,000 US per patient per year, we believe even higher than that, and you anticipate us taking a substantial part of this market, obviously there is a blockbuster potential for KL1333. KL1333 increases NAD+ levels. In dysfunctional abnormal mitochondria, the levels of NAD+ are low. This leads to organ dysfunction and disease deterioration. And what KL1333 does is it normalizes the ratio between NADH and NAD+, and in doing that improves the short and long-term energy status. It increases the levels of ATP, which is the energy source of the cells, and it also induces mitochondrial biogenesis, that is production of new and healthy mitochondria, and by doing that it also prevents further disease deterioration. We have strong preclinical data supporting the concept, and there is also from other groups clinical proof of concept. There is a Finnish study showing that these patients have actually in fact lowered levels of NAD+, and when you increase the levels by providing a B vitamin, which is a building block of NAD+, the patients not only get an increased level of NAD+, but they also increase their muscle strength. There is another study where Idogen is used, which is a weaker NAD+ modulator, and in this case, these patients actually get an improvement when it comes to their fatigue as well. The treatment is intended as a chronic oral treatment. We're currently running a phase 1a/b study where the patient portion has been initiated. We have dosed 4 out of 8 patients in that study, focused on safety and pharmacokinetics for these patients, but we're also looking at biomarkers and functional measures. And we're busy planning now for the pivotal phase 2-3 studies planned to start next year. This is a summary of the activities going on when it comes to the clinical development. In parallel to this, we're also doing production of clinical trial material. We have done the single ascending dose, the multiple ascending dose in healthy volunteers, and we're now looking to start a fatigue patient interview study to validate our endpoints, a patient registry study to study close to the patient categories that we will include in the pivotal study. And as said, the phase 1b patient study with multiple ascending dose is ongoing. We just recently initiated a drug-drug interaction study, and we're also going to start a dosing study to complement what we have done previously. And we will also initiate long-term safety studies. All these activities allowing us then to start a pivotal study next year. Moving over to MB354, this is a completely different mode of action, a complementary program in the primary mitochondrial disease space. This is a first-in-class energy replacement therapy to disease-modify these type of patients. We're targeting Leigh syndrome. This is a pediatric indication. Patients have very severe symptoms with episodic worsening. They have progressive degeneration of the brain and its function, which leads to developmental delay, psychomotor regression, and hypotonia. Other organs are involved as well, and the overall life expectancy for these children are less than 5 years. The incidence is some 25 out of 1 million live births. and the program is planned to be expanded into other primary mitochondrial diseases such as LHON and MELAS. So NV354 is an energy replacement therapy. It replenishes the energy substrate of complex 2 that then bypasses the primary defect, which is in complex 1 of the electron transport chain. And in doing that, it will actually increase the production of energy to the cells and prevent further deterioration of the symptoms of the signs of the drug. The technology is a prodrug technology which carries succinate from the gut. This is an oral treatment, a chronic oral treatment, and succinate is then transported through the gut into the bloodstream and rapidly distributed to the target organs, including the brain. Preclinical development is ongoing. We're doing safety studies and pharmacological studies and preparing this program for an IND, that is the approval to initiate clinical trials also with this program next year. So the take-home messages for this is Abliva being a near pivotal rare disease asset with the blockbuster potential. We are initiating a pivotal study with KL1333, a phase 2-3 study next year, and NV354 will be in the clinic 2021 as well. Haleon is a new life science specialist investor and the largest shareholder of the company, and this, we believe, validates our program even further, and they are an important new board member and have representation at the board of Abliva as well. So with that, I'm opening up for questions, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Erik Kinman, for that presentation. Erik, I would like to start off with the news that you released today with the positive regulatory feedback from the UK. Can you tell us more about that?
Mentioned it very briefly. This was very supportive in that it further validates our program to date. It also validates our intended program after the feedback that we received from the FDA, actually building the arguments and the activities for initiating a pivotal trial, KL1333, that will in one step take us from the current stage to the possibility of initiating, running, and then getting a market approval for KL1333.
You recently initiated a drug interaction study with KL1333. What does a study like that investigate?
Yes, this is very much one of the pieces to support the pivotal study. This study will be running for a 12-month period, and although there are no possible treatments for these type of patients, they will be on medication for symptoms. I mentioned diabetes. This can be one. These patients often also have pain, and they can suffer from anxiety and depression. And the intention of doing a drug-drug interaction study is that for specific drugs that are metabolized in certain ways, you want to ensure that our drug doesn't interfere with that metabolism and the effect of the drug. So it's really to make sure that the patients can stay on their current symptomatic medication when we run the pivotal trial, and once we then, provided that we're successful, also reach the market.
What will be the next step in the KL1333 project?
Yes, to summarize, there's a number of ongoing activities. Obviously, the mentioned drug-drug interaction study is one. the ongoing phase 1a/b study. We're now doing the patient portion, and the first time we're exposing patients actually with K1-333 is also ongoing. We're doing a patient registry study, so we're looking at patients in a database in the UK to look at the characteristics of these patients and further preparing for the pivotal trial as well. And we're going to do a patient interview study to refine the primary endpoint measure, the patient-reported outcome measure that we will use in the pivotal trial as well. And in addition to that, we're going to start long-term safety studies, and we're producing clinical trial material, and obviously we will also have continued regulatory interactions as well. So there are a lot of exciting things going on.
Just a short answer from you, Erik, on the last question I have. What milestones do you hope to achieve if we're looking into the 2021?
Yes, well, very much will be delivering upon the ongoing activities for K1-333. Secondly, it'll be the approval and the initiation of the pivotal trial for phase 2/3 for K1-333. And in addition to that, delivering the results for the ongoing preclinical activities for MV354 and moving that program also into clinical development next year.
All right, thank you very much, Erik, and we will be back shortly.
Thank you so much, Linus, and thanks again for watching.
So our next company presenting here today will be Kancera, and with us on link we have Thomas Olin, who is the CEO of the company. I leave the word to you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. So Kancera is tackling the situation where you have a stressed immune system, and a stressed immune system in inflammatory conditions means that you put lung and cardiovascular function at risk. We have developed very selective immune modulators that have the potential to retune the immune system and thereby preserve organ function and promote rehabilitation. And I will talk more about this today. Hyperinflammation. Well, hyperinflammation is a condition where the immune system is overreacting to a challenge, and the overreaction leads to tissue damage. And as I mentioned, we have developed small molecule antagonists, which have the capacity to block this hyperinflammation. Hyperinflammation is a condition which is more common in the context of immune aging. So an aged immune system is more prone to allow hyperinflammation to happen. Immune aging could be due to age as such or stress. One such stress factor is virus infections. So virus infections will trigger the immune system to overreact, and that is something that we would like to block. The two first conditions that we are addressing in clinical phase 2 are heart attack on one hand and COVID-19 on the other. We also know that this type of hyperinflammation, which we can block with CAN567, is evident in other acute tissue injuries, like spinal cord injury, where we have shown that CAN567 can promote motor function after this type of injury. Another example is autoimmune diseases, where we can block, for example, the exaggerated immune response leading to nerve dysfunction in MS. And as I mentioned earlier, viral disease is also a condition where you see this type of hyperinflammation and tissue damage. And now I'm not only talking about COVID-19, but also viruses like cytomegalovirus in cardiovascular disease, or RS virus, which provokes symptoms which are quite alike SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. And furthermore, rhinovirus, which triggers kind of asthmatic asthmatic hyperreaction. So what does this compound do, CAN567? Well, it blocks a certain receptor, which is called the fractalkine receptor, 6-3-CR1. 6-3-CR1 sits on immune cells circulating in the blood, and it helps the immune cells to dock onto certain tissues like lung, heart, through the vascular system. And following the docking, the immune cells can infiltrate the tissues and cause this hyperactive inflammatory response, and thereby the tissue damage. So the fractalkine receptor is root of the problem, but also part of the solution, because the compound that we have developed, the drug candidate CAN567, is able to block the fractalkine receptor and thereby prevent the docking of the immune system onto the vascular tissue, and thereby we can block infiltration of immune cells and block the damaging inflammation. So that is how the compound works. Well, Now we are in a situation where we can start phase 2 studies to deal with this virus and trauma-triggered hyperinflammation. We have currently two phase 2 studies in the pipeline. One targeting myocardial infarction, and we have an advanced protocol in hand and are closely collaborating with Newcastle University Hospital, Freeman Hospital, and also the University Hospital in Middlesbrough. So the unit there and the foundation driving these hospitals, they are clearly interested in supporting us financially and scientifically to get this study off the ground. And we expect to have the first patient in Q1, Q2 2021. And results we expect in about 12 months from start. The COVID study, well, it's approved, it's ongoing. We started it already Q3 this year. We are doing it on one site, the St. Göran Hospital in Stockholm, Sweden, and we expect results within 3 to 6 months from start. So the first medical problem that we are addressing is the main heart attacks you see in the anterior wall of the heart. Those are the most devastating, and they are caused by coronary occlusion. So stopping the transportation of oxygen and nutrients into the heart. And the more extensive you see the damage is here, the more extensive is are also the consequences of a major heart attack. So in the late 70s, there was a very important discovery made, a coronary intervention where you can open up the vessels again and allow the blood flow to return into the heart. And that helps a lot. But in spite of these advanced surgical interventions and also medical interventions, about 25% of these patients suffer from a major complication or even die within 5 years. So the problem is not fixed. And now we know more about the reason for this. And one of the main driving factors is the hyperinflammation that is triggered by this life-saving intervention, the percutaneous coronary intervention, PCI. And by stopping the inflammation following a heart attack, we have shown in disease models that we can reduce the tissue damage by 50%. So we are in reach for a really groundbreaking change in the treatment of these patients. And that is what we aim at with this study. So if you look at the study protocol, you see on the left-hand side the type of inclusion criteria, the criteria which we use to select patients to enter into the study. So it should, of course, be an acute anterior myocardial infarction. You see that on ECG. The symptoms should not be extensive in time. We need the patient to come into hospital within 4 hours of symptom onset. So with that cleared, we take on the patient within 20 to 90 minutes arriving at the hospital and put them after approval on either an active treatment with CAN567 intravenously first, and then after 6 hours peroral administration, which we continue over 72 hours. Or we give the patient placebo. And we follow the patients using MRI, the magnetic camera, reflecting properties in the heart that tells us how well the heart works as a pump, how well or how extensive the damage is, and how extensive the inflammation is. And this is also followed with cellular and genetic and proteomic markers of tissue integrity. So, yeah. So the second medical need is COVID-19, and here we treat hospitalized patients which come in with a severe pneumonia. And here we have inclusion criteria, including saturation of oxygen in the blood and a number of inflammatory markers. We put them on treatment for either 7 days, with 2 times a day, with a capsule of containing 250 milligrams of the active compound, or placebo. And we follow up, as we do in the myocardial infarction study, during after 21 days or 90 days. So market, we have calculated from a health and economical perspective the market potential in heart attack and in COVID, and they both represent a market of several $100 million, and that is based on the actual medical use and the value to society. So finally, I just want to mention that we have also engaged in one study on long COVID patients. You know that about 2% of patients which are positive in the SARS-CoV-2 assay, that is, they are positive for COVID-19, they suffer for a number of months of neurological, muscular, and cardiovascular symptoms. And the reason for this is unknown, and treatment is failing. So now we are embarking on a study to learn what the reason could be, what the involvement could be of the immune system, and if we could make a change. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I do have some questions for you, and I would like to start off with out-licensing seems to be a key part of your business model. How far would you say that you have come in these types of discussions?
Well, as for many biotech companies, you have an ongoing and continuous dialogue with potential takers of your projects. So that is what we have as well. We met about 5 big pharma and big biotech companies the other week during Bio Europe. And at those meetings, we have the opportunity to update the potential takers on our progress and learn from them what type of qualities that they look for in the project, so that we could take that on and build our project even stronger.
The phase 2 study of CAND 567 in cardiac patients is scheduled to begin next year. What do you hope to be able to communicate from this study during the year, and what else is in the cards for 2021?
Well, we are firstly, we have one phase 2 study ongoing for in COVID-19 patients, and as you mentioned, early next year we plan to start a second study. During 2021, we will complete the first COVID-19 study. We will also complete the long COVID study, learning whether we can expand the market within COVID to also include long COVID patients. And we will also complete one of our EU projects, EU-supported projects in the field of cancer and DNA damage response, where we expect to see interesting preclinical data from our platform of fractal kine blockers.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you for your presentation and your time. We will be back shortly.
Thank you for having me.
So our next company presenting here today will be Immunicum, and with us on link we have Saime Seilmacher. I would like to leave the word to you, Saime. Thank you.
Thank you, Linus. Yeah, I'm here to tell you a bit about Immunicum in 10 minutes. So my name is Saime Seilmacher. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the company. We're a public company here in Sweden at the Nasdaq Stockholm, and we focus on bringing allogeneic or off-the-shelf cell-based immunotherapies to the patient to treat cancer. We do that by quite a unique approach, which I'll tell you about a bit on the next slide in specific. And this approach has already been tested in a phase 2 controlled study, so we're quite advanced in the development stage. This was in kidney cancer, where we showed the typical signs of an immunotherapy, tumors that were eradicated, that were stable for a much longer time, and also the first signs of a survival benefit for patients. Apart from this phase 2 study, we've treated actually now over 100 patients in different studies and different tumor types, and also have a very good safety profile in these studies with different combinations. So that really makes it an interesting backbone to different therapeutic combinations in this area. We also received earlier this year the FDA RMAT designation, which is similar to a breakthrough therapy designation, and a designation that the FDA grants to specific approaches that they think are very, very promising, and that they can help with their feedback to bring to the market, to the patient, much faster. So that was very promising for us. We also have an 18P certification from the EMA in Europe. So there's a lot of regulatory input into our development plans. In 2018, we also closed a collaboration with Pfizer and Merck Serono. That was for the supply of their checkpoint inhibitor for a study that we're currently conducting. So that also shows that the industry is interested in this type of approach. And with the feedback from authorities and from the industry, we really hope that we can get this product to the market as quick as possible. Now, the cell therapy space is really a booming space. You see all types of next generation approaches being developed now and getting into clinical development. And we truly believe that we are in a good position with quite an advanced asset. The cancer space is, of course, something that really provides breakthrough opportunities for companies like us. And because we still have a good cash balance that is funding us to the end of 2021, we feel that we are in a good position now to start looking at expanding the potential of the company. We have a good team in place. I'll tell you something about that at the end. But recently we appointed a new CEO to really take us forward in the next phase of the company. Now, quickly on that cell therapy, why we think we are unique is truly because we use cells from a donor, a healthy donor. We make them very inflammatory, so very activated, and these cells we inject into the tumor of a patient. And these cells specifically have a mechanism to start producing these inflammatory molecules, cytokines and chemokines, and that breaks through the suppressive environment of the tumor. The tumor is trying everything it can to keep the immune system at a distance. And we are trying to break through that system by injecting these cells directly in the tumor of a patient, and that creates an immune response from the patient's own immune cells into that tissue. They start recognizing the cancer cells and creating a systemic immune response that not only attacks the cells that are in the injected tissue, but also, for example, metastatic lesions at other places, which is exactly the problem with advanced cancer at this stage. So we only inject one lesion of a patient, but we create a systemic response. And there we want to combine with agents that can further help boost the immune response and attack every cancer cell in the body. Now, if we look at the landscape of vaccines and immune primers, a lot has been done on the left with let's say, these autologous vaccines from the patient's own cells that use tumor-associated antigens, so not tumor-specific antigens. There was a lot of promise in these vaccines, but the choice of antigens was not specific enough to create a potent immune response. And the autologous cells were not potent enough for the patient to still get a good immune response against those. So the idea was good, but the outcome was not good enough. If we look at the neoantigen space, there's sort of tumor-specific antigens for that patient. We see now BioNTech, the one also developing the COVID vaccine, and Gridstone in the US doing a lot of work in producing a vaccine per patient, which is very promising, but that always have the issue of having a product per patient. And that has, of course, a lot of resource implications. Now, we are using the tumor as a source of these neoantigens, injecting something in the patient's own tumor tissue and creating, therefore, a tumor-specific immune response. If you look at that, the space is more comparable to toll-like receptor ligands or sting ligands, oncolytic viruses, and cytokines like IL-12 being injected in the tumor. All of these approaches are interesting, but they have a very limited mechanism of action. They only produce one cytokine or one inflammatory molecule and don't create this whole space to change the environment of the tumor and create a potent immune response. So we are using a more complex cell therapy to accomplish that, but we also have a more complex and complete mechanism of action. And we can test that in preclinical models. So in this case, it was an animal model that is resistant to checkpoint inhibitors, a very potent immunotherapy in human nowadays. And if we add ilixadencel on top of that PD-1 checkpoint inhibitor, we start seeing this tumor inhibition. So the growth was being reduced. CTLA-4 is another type of checkpoint inhibitor that is very interesting, but on its own can only reduce the growth of the tumor and not eradicate it. And if we added ilixadencel on top of this CTLA-4 checkpoint inhibitor, we actually were able to induce 70% of the animals into a complete response, a complete removal of the tumor, and could even re-challenge them with tumor, and still the tumor could not grow back. And that's exactly what you want to see for an immunotherapy. So we are looking at the standard of care, but also new therapies to combine with. And I think that is reflected in our pipeline. We have started in kidney cancer and combining with the standard of care kinase inhibitors in this case. But we also now have a phase 1 ongoing with checkpoint inhibitors. And we're also looking at how to further expand this so that ilixadencel and Immunicum can really become part of the cancer landscape. If you look at the phase 2 that we've just completed, the initial readout was, of course, on response and survival, and we now follow patients still for survival. The latest survival results we had in August, which really showed that the longer we follow patients, the more you see this divergence in the survival path of patients, and the combination of ilixadencel on top of the standard of care induces a better survival for especially the patients that are responding. If you look at those responses, we can see that there's a higher confirmed response rate, so tumors that are responding for a more longer duration, and also more patients having a complete response, so complete eradication of the tumor that they had. And that, to us, is really what you want to see as an immunotherapy. Another study that is still ongoing is the phase 1b Iliad study. So this is with checkpoint inhibitors. In the phase 1 part, we combine with pembrolizumab or Keytruda. And then in the phase 2, we want to move forward with the checkpoint inhibitor from Merck and from Pfizer. We recently announced in October that we've completed the next safety update, which showed a very favorable combination, as we would expect. And also the recruitment is now really picking up. So we hope to have the full dosing and safety results towards the second half of 2021, where we have followed patients for a sufficient imaging period. Now, building on this phase 2 proof of concept that we have in kidney cancer, we have, of course, a study ongoing with checkpoint inhibitors that is the market leader in this space. We want to continue with a kinase inhibitor like sunitinib, but then move that into a smaller indication like sarcoma or GIST, where we have some clinical experience, because there we can really find the path to the market in the quickest and most efficient way. But next to that, we also want to pursue the breakthrough potential of the CTLA-4 combination, where we have very promising preclinical results and, of course, very good ongoing studies now with PD-1 checkpoint inhibitor. So that's another pillar that we that we prioritize. And beyond that, having now the biology proven of dendritic cells, we look forward to further expanding our pipeline when we look at other dendritic cell approaches, NK cell approaches, and T cell approaches that are similar to our mechanism of action. Because based on the data we now have in hand, it really is time to start expanding this potential. Now, quickly on what you can expect from us in the coming months, we have the phase 1 ongoing with the checkpoint inhibitors. So we're expecting the last patient enrolled probably happen sometime during Q1, and then we start continue following patients for an imaging period for efficacy towards the second half of 2021. And during this time, you can also expect more updates to come from our strategy, looking at these different pillars of opportunity. I'll take this as the last slide of the presentation. As I said, we already have a team in place for a number of years now when it comes to the R&D part of the company, and of course Alex Carlson-Parra as the founder of the company and the scientist and inventor of the technology. But recently we added Sven Roman as the CEO. Now, Sven has a lot of experience when it comes to pharma and it comes to his medicine background, but also bringing companies like ourselves, biotech companies, to the stage of commercialization. And that's really the next phase of development for Immunicum. So I think, Linus, we can keep it at that. I'll take any questions you already had in mind.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation. I would like to start off with the question, why was it important to come up with an updated business and clinical development strategies?
Absolutely. So first of all, we had, of course, an important update last year with the phase 2, a phase 2 that really proved the effect of ilixadencel on top of the standard of care. But we also knew that the standard of care in kidney cancer has changed. So how to best use this data when you look at the market, because that's the end goal, to get this to the patient. And when we have to move this forward in kidney cancer, we are dependent on finding a partner to do that with us. And of course, that's still part of the priority in our third pillar. But if you look at the priority of the company now is to see, okay, how can we best move this combination forward with the data we have? And therefore, we wanted to give an update already to the market that we are going to explore a path forward in GIST and sarcomas, where we can continue with the same combination we had in phase 2, while we are pursuing partnering opportunities like the RCC indication, the ILIAD study that is ongoing with checkpoint inhibitors, where we already have a collaboration in place, and then of course also looking at pipeline. So we wanted to already share this update with our shareholders that they can expect updates on these different fronts in the months to come. And of course we will come back to the market when we have a specific plan of development in each of these pillars.
Have the new strategies affected Immunicum's short and long-term goals, and if so, how?
I think the short-term goal is still that, of course, we have the ILIAD study ongoing with checkpoint inhibitors. That is the study that will deliver the next value inflection points when it comes to clinical data. We've always said that next to the phase 2 in kidney cancer, the checkpoint inhibitor data is very important because that data we can use to further pursue other types of combinations. So that is still the near-term goal. We have ILIAD ongoing, it's recruiting according to plan, and we hope to deliver data to the public during 2021. Now, in parallel to that, we will be focusing on the long-term plan. And the long-term plan, as I said, is how to get this cell therapy to the market. And we have identified a smaller indication like GIST as an opportunity to get them to the market. And you can expect an update from us with a real development plan underlying that in the months to come. But as I said, we're currently preparing those next steps.
How is ilixadencel different from other immune oncology approaches, would you say?
Yeah, I think, of course, I have one slide when it comes to the landscape of our direct comparators, so vaccines and immune primers that often have a more limited scope. If we talk about the entire cancer landscape, it's really important to realize that immune primers are really there to start the engine of the immune
response. So if you have an immune response, you can further boost that with checkpoint inhibitors, with other types of anti-cancer agents. But if your immune response is not properly activated, it's very difficult to activate and help the immune system to attack the cancer. So that's why we feel that it's okay to push the gas and release the brake when it comes to the immune response, but you have to start the engine first of the immune response. And that's where we as an immune primer come in. And that's why I think any type of combination can benefit from a more potent immune system against the cancer.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation and your time. We look forward following Immunicum, and we will be back shortly.
Thank you.
Next company to present here today will be Moberg Pharma, and beside me here we have Anna Ljung, the CEO of the company. I will leave the word to you, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Anna Ljung and I'm the CEO of Moberg Pharma. So a short brief introduction to Moberg Pharma. We're a Swedish pharmaceutical company that base our products on proven compounds that reduces development time and risk to market. And currently our lead project is in onychomycosis called MOB-15, and there we recently completed 2 large phase 3 studies on more than 800 patients. And based on those positive results, we're aiming to register in Europe. So we're planning to hand in a registration file during next year. And with average processing times, that would mean that we would expect approval early 2023 and to be able to launch by the end of 2023. And that launch we're planning together with our partner Bayer. That is our commercial partner for Europe. In parallel, looking at the US market, there we think that 1 additional phase 3 study will be needed. And the big advantage with doing 1 additional phase 3 study for the US market is that we think that we can also shorten the treatment time, enabling superior claims that could be used worldwide. And looking in general in our business model, we do have partnerships in place for a majority of the big markets. So Bayer for Europe under the brand name Canesten, that is the leading OTC fungus brand name. We have Taisho for Japan. We have Dongku, that is the market leader within dermatology in Korea. And we also have Cypher for Canada. So we like to work with leading local companies that have a market leading position in their specific market. And this is actually not the first time that we're launching an onychomycosis product. 10 years ago, we took Kerasal nail to the market and it quickly became a success. We sold that product in over 33 markets, and we sold it via partners for the majority of the world, but for US we built our own sales company. And we're planning to do exactly the same thing with MOB-15. That is the follow-up product from Kerasal nail, but with an even greater potential to kill off the fungi, basically. So with the Kerasal nail, we built a franchise that had annual sales of 440 million Swedish kronor. And actually 2 years ago we sold that franchise for 1.4 billion Swedish kronor. So now the goal is to do that journey once more. And I'm actually going to jump directly into data and looking at the results from our 2 phase 3 trials. In total, more than 800 patients. We did 1 study in North America and 1 study in Europe. And for the North American study, we achieved a mycological cure, that is killing of the fungi, in 70% of the patients. And for Europe, the figure was even higher, it was 84%. And that should be compared to gold standard treatment today, that is oral terbinafine. So it's the same molecule that we're using, but oral instead of topical. And that is on par. So that's also roughly 70% mycological cure. And then we have a lot of topical alternatives out there. And all of them, they're normally between 50% and 30% mycological cure. So basically our product is on par with oral terbinafine, that is the gold standard. So out of those 5 million scripts that are prescribed each year in the US, 3 million out of those are for oral terbinafine. And we're better than any of the topical alternatives. Of course, when it comes to oral terbinafine, the challenge is that terbinafine is really good at killing off the fungi, but it do come with some side effect issues with drug-drug interaction and the risk of liver damage. So basically we're better than the topicals when it comes to killing off the fungi. We're on par with oral terbinafine, but without taking the route throughout the body. We just apply it locally instead. What was a bit surprising with our data was that although we did kill off the fungi, that did not correspond into a complete cure. That is the normally looking nail. And the knowledge is that if you kill off the fungi, then the nail will return to normal appearance. It may take some time, but it will return to normal appearance. So we investigated this in a large detail, involving all the key opinion leaders looking at these nails. And the conclusion that we ended up with was that the vehicle that transports terbinafine through the nail, it's excellent at transporting terbinafine, but one side effect is it's doing so by increasing the water level in the nail, increasing the hydration. And when you increase the hydration of the nail, then you get a whitishness discoloration. It's a temporary whitishness discoloration due to this high water content. And once the water content normalizes, so once you stop treatment, then this whitish effect disappears. But having that whitishness in a majority of the nails, that meant that we did not show as high complete cure rate as we think that this product would deliver if we shorten the treatment time. And we do have some good data points supporting that. So we know that we get sufficient amounts of terbinafine into the nail if we shorten the treatment. Because if we compare the levels of terbinafine with MOB-15, our drug, and oral terbinafine, then we achieve 40 times higher levels under the nail with our drug compared to oral terbinafine. So we did biopsies in the phase 2. So that's a data point that we know. And for oral terbinafine, the normal treatment regimen, that is once daily for 3 months. So 3 months treatment with oral terbinafine is sufficient to achieve these levels of killing the fungi. And therefore we should be able to treat for not more than 3 months and achieve this high mycological cure and high complete cure. So that's basically what we want to do in the next study. There we want to shorten the treatment time, so not more than 3 months and then once weekly follow-up. And then we think we will shift on this curve to the right so that the mycological cure is also followed by a high complete cure. And MOB-15, it's to a very large extent built on the know-how of Kerazole nail and that franchise that we built around Kerazole nail. And actually looking at the ingredients, MOB-15 is to 89% Kerazole nail, and then it's 10% terbinafine, the active component. So we sold more than 15 million units of Kerazole nail on the market while we had that product. And we had very few complaints, in even fewer, talking about this whitishness of the nail. So it's a very similar product. And the reason for that is that it's dose dependent. So you have to achieve a certain level of water content in the nail for this whitishness to become a problem. So therefore we're also confident that we should not see this whitening effect if we stop treatment after 2 to 3 months. And we do have a very clear path forward for MOB-15, where we aim for filing for registration during next year. That would mean approval in the EU in 2023, and of course also launch together with Bayer. And in parallel, we would do one additional phase 3 study in the US, which could lead to FDA approval in 2026. And onychomycosis is a huge problem. 10% of the general population has it, and it's increasing by age, and it's more common in males than females. And the total market is roughly $250 to $500 million for MOB-15. A majority, pretty much half of the market, is in the US, where we want to keep our own rights. And then you have other RX markets, roughly 1/4, and then you have the OTC markets, especially in EU, with 1/4 of the value. And there we can go quickly to market in 2023. Some news that happened last week was that we announced that we are planning a fully guaranteed financing for MOB-15, financing both this registration work and the clinical work with one additional phase 3 study. And this will happen very soon. So we have an EGM planned for December 1st, and then the subscription period will be December 7 to 21st. And we have subscription commitments by the company's major share owner, Östersjöstiftelsen, and we also get some new good investors entering to the company, like Numenberg and Forer Capital. What we also announced yesterday, actually, is that we're spinning off and listing Bupi, our second project, in a separate company, OncoZenge. And also there we have a secured financing. In that case, it's 70 million. And Bupi, it will be distributed to our share owners. So the proposal is that 10 shares in Moberg Pharma that will allow you to receive 1 share in OncoZenge. And this will happen in January or February next year, targeting a listing at Nasdaq First North during the first quarter 2021. So to summarize, we have a clear path forward based on our 2 successful phase 3 studies, more than 800 patients. Our goal is to launch in EU by the end of 2023, together with our partner Bayer. In parallel, we want to do 1 additional study in the US. That would also enable us to shorten treatment time, which would be very positive for all patients. We do have major partnerships in place for the big markets, having milestones of more than $120 million and product sales revenue on top of that. And we want to keep the rights in the US to ourselves. And this is not the first time we're doing it. We want to do exactly the same journey as we already did with Kerasal nail, but now with MOB-15 that has an even greater potential given this high mycological cure, killing off the fungi, where MOB-15 is outstanding and world leading when it comes to killing the fungi. So I'm looking forward to taking this road forward, and I'll open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Anna, for that presentation. I would like to start off with how are you going to use the proceeds? You're taking in the rights issue right now and taking the MOB-15 to the market. Can you tell us about the proceeds? How are they going to be used?
They're basically going to be used with these 2 major activities that we're looking at going forward. The registration in EU, so the filing for registration, and also this additional phase 3 study in the US. So basically it's half-half, I would say.
Looking forward, what kind of milestones do you expect to achieve? Maybe in the near term, and even looking forward, maybe into 2021?
Yeah, so looking at 2021, a lot of focus will be on this filing of this registration, because it's of course a huge task for a small company like Moberg Pharma to handle a registration. So that will be the major accomplishment during 2021 is to file in Europe, and we're also planning to have a dialogue with FDA and perhaps also have the possibility to start that North American study.
We're looking forward following you, Anna, and thank you for a presentation here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next company presenting here today will be Ultimovacs, and with us on link we have the Carlos CEO, Carlos de Sosa, the CEO of Ultimovacs. I'll leave the word to you, Carlos.
Thanks, Linus. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce you to Ultimovacs. Ultimovacs is a company listed in the Oslo Stock Exchange, now part of Euronext. So I need to show you the slide. So Ultimovacs is a company operating in the space of immuno-oncology with a cancer vaccine approach. We're developing universal cancer vaccines that are applicable to all stages of cancer, including having the potential for the prevention of cancer. Our lead compound, UV1, is an off-the-shelf product, meaning is ready to be administered, is easy to manufacture and to administer, and was designed to enable the immune system to identify and kill cancer cells in combination with other treatments like checkpoint inhibitors or other classes. We have quite a broad and ambitious development plan. We are already in phase 2. We have completed 3 phase 1 trials and another one finishing enrollment. And I will tell a little bit of details about this program. And we also have already initiated 2 phase 2 trials and the third one to be initiated beginning of 2021. These trials are conducted in multiple indications and combined will enroll more than 400 patients. As I mentioned, we are listed in the Oslo Stock Exchange. The IPO was in June 2019. We also recently have a significantly oversubscribed private placement at no discount of 160 million Norwegian krone. And we just announced our Q3 results, and our cash position is 453 million Norwegian krone, what gives us quite a nice runway. We have multiple collaborations with international cancer institutions and large pharmaceutical companies. In one of these new phase 2 studies, we have a collaboration with Oslo University Hospital Network and Bristol Myers Squibb. And we also have entered a new collaboration with the European Cancer Network and the still undisclosed large pharmaceutical company that we expect to communicate during this quarter. As a company, we consistently pursue new opportunities with other organizations to maximize the product potential and expand the usage and benefits for cancer patients. So what is our target for our treatment? We target telomerase. Telomerase is an enzyme that is present in the majority of cancer cells, but not in adult normal cells. And telomerase, basically, if you see the picture of a chromosomes, the telomeres protect the extremes of the chromosomes. In the normal cells, as the cells divide, the telomeres disappear and the cells die. In the cancer cells, these telomeres are replenished and basically give immortality to these cancer cells. So very important for the survival of the cancer cells and for its spread, but also because it's present in 85 to 90% of cancer cells, it's a very good target. And what we do basically is train the immune system to recognize cells that are expressing this telomerase, cancer cells, and then destroy these cancer cells in combination with other treatments. And because the cancer cells will express this telomerase from the early stages to the late stages of the disease, and also in the primary tumor, in the metastasis, is a very good target for the treatment and the combinations. As I mentioned, we have a very well-established technology to produce the product. Is off the shelf, is a standard peptide synthesis, has already 3-year shelf life, and only needs to be refrigerated, and to administer just needs to be reconstituted with water. So it's a lower cost of goods compared with the other immunotherapies, and we already initiated the development of a commercial scale process in preparation for the phase 3. So if I can summarize the key benefits of our approach, is UV1 is directed towards the HTERT or human telomerase, which is expressed in 85 to 90% of all cancer indications. It's applicable and usable in the general population without need to do any pre-screening. Our peptides activate the CD4 helper T lymphocytes that are immune cells very important in the immune response and also responsible also for the immune memory. As I mentioned, easy manufacture, has a long shelf life, low cost unit, and is easy to clinical use. Is an intradermal injection, so no complex infrastructure or techniques required to inject the product. As I mentioned, we have a broad and ambitious development pipeline. You see there the first 3 trials are already completed and in follow-up already for 5 years in prostate cancer, non-small cell lung cancer, and metastatic malignant melanoma. We have the 4th phase 1 in combination with pembrolizumab Keytruda that was completed in August this year. The Immunicum study and the NIPU study already started enrolling patients in June. The 3rd phase 2 study, we will give more details during this quarter. And we also have a second platform that is very innovative and really with a great potential. And I will tell you also a little bit about the first phase 1 study of the product coming out from this platform. So you see here just briefly the 5-year results of the first phase 1 studies. We just recently announced the 5-year survival in the malignant non-small cell lung cancer. This was a mono, just a vaccine, and after 5 years, 33% of the patients were still alive. Of course, this study was done before the checkpoint inhibitors, and if you look at historical data, patients treated with chemotherapy that were the patients enrolled in the study will at 5 years, would less than 5% of these patients will be alive. So a small study, but already with quite good data in terms of efficacy, and also all these studies have shown a very good safety profile. The 4th phase 1 study is running in the US. We closed enrollment in August, and we also had recently the first overall survival after 12 months in the first cohort of patients. So 85% of the patients were still alive after 12 months, and the median progression-free survival is not yet reached, meaning that more than 50% of the patients have not progressed. As historical comparison, we look at a study with pembrolizumab, Keytruda, the Keynote study, where after 12 months, 68% of the patients were still alive, and more than 50% of the patients have progressed at 11.6 months. So again, a small study, but already with quite good data. And we expect to continue to follow up these patients. In the phase 2 studies, the first study is Immunicum. This is a randomized study. So really the first study where we will be having 2 comparative arms, one with nivolumab and ipilimumab, that is a standard of care in malignant melanoma, and another arm where to the standard of care we add UV1. The study will be running in 40 sites in Norway, Belgium, the UK and the USA, 154 patients in total. We have already enrolled 12 patients, and we expect the top-line results second half of 2022. The second study, NIPU study, is also randomized phase 2 trial in second-line malignant pleural mesothelioma. The study is sponsored by the Oslo University Hospital Network in collaboration with the Bristol Myers Squibb. So we will be providing UV1 to these patients, and Bristol Myers Squibb will be providing nivolumab and ipilimumab. 118 patients in 6 sites in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Spain, and Australia. We have enrolled so far 6 patients, and we also expect to get the top-line results in the second half of 2022. The third trial, phase 2, that we will be communicating, giving more details during this quarter, it's in a different indication with different classes of drugs in combination, and also a collaboration with the European network and a different large pharma company. Tandem is the first study coming out of our second platform that is a very innovative and really first-in-class technology. And this first phase trial will be testing the safety and immune activation And basically, if we confirm the safety of this first product coming out of the TET technology, and we are conducting further preclinical trials and developing the product, the ambition is then to identify different cancer vaccine candidates to move into clinical development. This technology has not only a potential to be used in oncology vaccines, but also in infectious diseases vaccines. As I mentioned, we raised in the IPO and in a private placement, and now we have, at the end of Q3, 453 million Norwegian kroner that will fund fully the phase 2 program, so it gives us a runway towards 2023. Our major shareholders are very long-term and very solid. We have Fidelity, the Norwegian Pension Fund, the Cancer Hospital, Oslo Cancer Hospital Fund, and different very big family investment funds that have been with the company for a long time, and they have also long-term perspective. Very, very solid position to be. In terms of news flow, we expect to communicate the details on the third phase 2 study now during this quarter, and the first patient first half next year. We are also going to have soon the 5-year survival in the malignant melanoma phase 1 trial, the first patient enrolled in the TENDU study, all this in the Q1, and then of course during the rest of the year follow-up results for these studies. So in summary, UV1 and TET are universal cancer vaccines, broadly applicable in different cancer types and in different therapeutic combinations. We have a very good safety profile and early positive signals of clinical efficacy. We have a broad phase 2 development program, 3 trials with more than 400 patients, a validation of our science through the collaboration with large pharma companies and oncology specialist groups, a strong shareholder base, good cash position with funding through the readout of the phase 2 primary endpoints, an experienced team, and multiple near-term milestones and news flow. And with this, I want to thank for your attention and now available for Q&A.
Thank you for that presentation, Carlos. I would like to start off with a question. Is the concept of a cancer vaccine new, and how is it different from a viral vaccine in how it stimulates the immune system?
Well, the concept of cancer vaccine is not new, but in the past, the approaches were, in an earlier phase and really not, using the technology that we have these days. I think the key differentiation for our vaccine is that the peptides are the result of previous clinical trials or more than 1,000 patients with an earlier version of this type of vaccine. So these peptides are identified as key peptides to give this universal concept. The fact that it is off the shelf and is easy to administer as intradermal injections and doesn't need to do any pre-screening is a clear benefits and the differentiation to the oncolytic vaccines. As you know, the oncolytic viral vaccines are normally target to a specific tumor. Also, a majority of them require intratumoral injection, and you have a more targeted activity. So, both approaches have, of course, a room in the treatment of cancer patients that will require as many options as possible. But we believe, quite a very differentiated approach because our target, meaning that all these majority of the cancer tumors will express these cancer cells will express telomerase. So we have a very broad field in terms of activity in different cancer tumors, and also the potential to go really very early in the prophylaxis of cancer.
What does the competitive landscape look like for UV1?
I think when you look at the different approaches, other vaccines with neoantigens, the oncolytic virus, cell therapies, I think The big differentiation again is the fact that we are a lower cost to manufacture compared with some of the other approaches. We don't need to do intradermal injection. We do intradermal injection. So easy to administer and low cost to produce. And really the university of the approach. When you look at other companies working in telomerase, we are the ones in further advanced, and a lot of these other approaches that were using different peptides have not really been progressing much. As a matter of fact, some of them have stopped. So we have quite a good, unique positioning in this very, very complex landscape of immune primers, particularly with the cancer vaccine.
Would you consider the TET program to be a game changer?
The TET technology is a big game changer. Because most of the vaccines, when you inject a vaccine, you need to inject with an adjuvant. We use GM-CSF, that is the most common adjuvant. And the adjuvant is needed to kind of stimulate the normal immune system and recruit immune cells to the site of the injection. The TET platform combines the adjuvant and the peptides in a single molecule, so as a much more competitive and a simpler approach to inject, but also because we expect a better safety, as doesn't use GM-CSF or other adjuvants, to really expand the potential not only to be used in different types of cancer, but to really go very early, and of course in the future to have the possibility of being a truly prophylactic vaccine.
Thank you very much for your time, Carlos.
Thanks, Linus.
We will be back shortly with the panel discussion. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. My name is Jonas Söderström, and I'm the CEO of BioStock, and I have the honor to conclude this first day of the BioStock Life Science Summit with another exciting panel discussion. With us today, we have two highly skilled specialty fund managers focusing entirely on the life science business. And we are going to talk a little bit about, again, about the COVID-19 pandemic's impact on financing and investment strategies and so on, specifically from a Nordic versus a global perspective. So I'm very pleased to welcome today Ulrika Bjerke, who is Portfolio Manager and Chief Investment Officer of Arctic Aurora Life Science Fund, and Ingrid Teigland-Akai, who is Managing Partner at Hadean Ventures. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Let's start with a short introduction of the both of you. I would like to give you each approximately 1 minute to say a few words about yourself and your funds and what your focus is. So why don't we start with you, Ulrika?
So my name is Ulrika Bjerke, and as you said, Jonas, I'm the CIO and also the co-founder of Arctic Aurora Life Science. That's a global healthcare fund focused on public biotech and pharma. We currently manage approximately 2 billion Swedish krona, $220 million US, and based in Stockholm.
Thank you very much, Ulrika. Ingrid, over to you. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Jonas. It's great to be here with you. Obviously, I had the pleasure of being on this conference last year, which looked slightly different, but this is nice as well. Hadean Ventures is a European life science VC fund manager. We invest across Europe with a particular focus on the Nordic region. We have offices in Oslo and Stockholm, approximately 85 million euros under management, and a team of 12 professionals, 8 on the investment side. And we invest quite broadly in the life science space. So we cover modalities like pharma, biotech, medtech, diagnostics, and digital health.
Thank you very much for those introductions. I'd like to dive straight into today's most dominant topic, then, the COVID-19 pandemic and what kind of impact that has on investment, and particularly your respective funds' investment strategies. Could you give any concrete examples of any changes to your strategic focus that you've made, or specific concrete actions that you made after the pandemic hit us in early this year? Let's start with you, Ulrika.
Yeah, interesting to look back. It feels so long ago in a way, but when the pandemic started, we sat down and identified risks, and we started looking at the supply of active ingredients, and then called around to our companies, and then secondly, we focused on how they could manage their clinical trials, because we realized that the method of actually conducting those trials needed to be changed. And so that was kind of the first, in a way, analysis or research we did. On a more top-down perspective, our strategy is always to focus on innovation, true innovation, and high unmet medical needs. So in terms of changing the strategy, it didn't do that. It fell under our strategy, and it sort of gave us another area to focus on. So we have, of course, since then closely followed what has happened, which companies have been active, and we have also done some investments in the field.
Thank you very much, Ulrika. I was going to ask you, Ingrid, how, as a portfolio manager of a fund, how opportunistic can you be in a situation like this? Did Hadean make any specific strategic changes as a result of the pandemic striking us?
So opportunistic, I definitely think you can be, but it hasn't sort of changed our investment strategy at all, really. As Ulrika also mentioned from their perspective, we have a strategy which goes on unmet medical need. That's sort of the fundamental driver here, and what we early did in the pandemic was that we recognized that there are lots of opportunities that will arise from this. But from our perspective, the whole pandemic is too, how it develops and how it has developed is too unpredictable to make a single investment strategy based on the pandemics alone. So that one we haven't. But what we have done and what our portfolio companies have done is that look at, is there something that could be added on to our portfolio companies that addresses the new needs of the pandemic, and that has happened. The most prime example is, of course, our vaccine company, Themis, which had a vaccine platform, and they early on added a vaccine candidate to their development pipeline. And that ended up with basically the company being acquired by Merck, and Merck's now lead candidate for a COVID vaccine is the one they got from our portfolio company, Themis. So that's obviously a very good example. But we also have another portfolio company in Stockholm that is at Gano. It's developing products for unmet medical need in the lung space. And the first indication is pulmonary hypertension. And that is a condition that we also see in COVID-19 patients. So they have sort of continued their lead program and process, but in addition to that, they have added a project which goes on COVID-19 patients. So absolutely, we're trying to look for the opportunistic opportunities, at the same time not rely on the pandemic as a single alone standing investment thesis.
Thank you, Ingrid. So you mentioned that there are definitely opportunities that arise then in a situation like this. When it comes to, if you look at investing in then COVID-19 related projects or companies involved in that area, which is basically the definition of an unmet need, or has been now for a while. Maybe that is about to change, let's hope so. But are there any specific, whether it's on a global scale or more local Nordic scale, are there any specific pros and cons or definite risks that we need to take into consideration as investors when it comes to investing in this type of sort of disruptive situation, specifically COVID-19 related projects or companies? What do you think about that, Ulrika?
So the pros is obviously that there is a lot of investment opportunities, and also you feel that you are doing also something as positive side effects by helping those companies to develop. So obviously there is a lot of investment opportunities. We, for example, invested in a company pre-IPO, which actually went public now during pandemic, that develops a drug similar to remdesivir that you probably all know about, but which can be taken oral and obviously much earlier in the disease, and therefore it can be used at home before people get into hospitals. And that's also a potential drug that can be on the shelf waiting to treat other viruses when they arrive. So you need to find investments that have a future even after COVID, because when this is over, you have to have a sustainable business model. One other thing I would add is that you can't, like old finance theory, you can't put all eggs in one basket. You need to diversify your investment, and rather, instead of betting on one vaccine company, follow them closely, but still create a small portfolio, I would say, of companies involved in the space, because it's still very early to try to pinpoint exactly one winner. So risk diversification and thinking about the whole platform in terms of sustainable business going forward, and of course based on good science.
Yeah, that's a piece of good advice there, not to put all your eggs in one basket. If you are an investor then looking to put together a portfolio of highly current COVID-19 related projects and so on, since there has been quite a plethora of those types of projects arising now during the last 6 months or so, there are also quite a bit of soft money going into the possible finding a solution to the COVID problem. And some companies and some projects are getting grants support from both individual states or the EU, for example. What's your take on this, Ingrid? Could you, as an investor, look to these qualifications the confirmation that these companies are, in fact, they have a quality stamp on them when they receive the soft money? Is that something you could piggyback on as an investor, you think, Ingrid?
So I think it's an interesting place to start to get ideas. So I think that's a good idea. At the same time, it's important to keep in mind what is the purpose of this soft funding, right? It's sort of spreading the bets, right? So it's their job to try to get as many opportunities as possible and to develop as many opportunities as possible, well aware of that, the probability of each one of them succeeding is probably not very high. So that's something to keep in mind. But I think it's an interesting point to get new ideas and see what's going on in the space, for sure.
Yes, and seeing as COVID-19 has been very dominant in the news flow as of lately, and so many projects and so many things going on in that field. If we totally look aside that, what kind of projects or what kind of niches are you looking at right now or keeping a close eye on? What kind of areas are you interested in specifically right now? If I ask you first, Ulrika.
So as we are a public fund, or a fund looking at the public equity, it's not that we focus on any specific disease area, but naturally oncology is obviously the largest one, and it's also the largest one in our focus. So oncology is very important, but also more and more we see inflammation and immunology, and we see them all in a way integrated. So we look a lot at the most innovative companies within the field, and we do that, as I said in the beginning, we constantly scan the universe for companies having the best innovations directed to the big unmet medical needs.
Thank you. And yes, oncology always being a very interesting field to follow, of course. Ingrid, do you have any specific niche or key niches that you are looking extra closely at right now besides the COVID situation?
So we are indication agnostic. So we don't sort of have any sort of top-down areas that we focus on in particular. However, that said, an area that I find quite interesting is the digital health space. The digital health space has been sort of evolving area that has taken quite a lot of time. It has sort of been slower than probably most people have expected. But I think that the pandemic has sparked an acceleration. So we do see now that there are things that we've been waiting for implementation that are sort of happening a little bit faster right now. So that is an area that I find interesting to follow, see how that develops sort of in the short to midterm going forward.
Do you have any specific companies in mind that you are looking specifically at?
Well, we have one sort of pure digital health company in our portfolio right now, which is a Finnish company called NeuroEvent Labs. Obviously they are sort of in the early commercial phase in the Nordics, and we could see that with the first wave, that was a difficult situation because the hospital shut down and focused only on COVID patients. So sort of in the immediate effect of the pandemic, it was quite challenging for them in the spring. However, we do see also that going forward, they'd have a solution that, if it had been implemented, it would have been easier for the hospitals during a situation like this. So that is also sparking interest. So that can help them going forward in the midterm.
Yes, and if we sort of raise our gaze a little bit, despite the pandemic, the cash flow into the sector, into life science and into IPOs and follow-up rounds has been quite robust given the circumstances. Do you think this is something that will continue? I'll ask you first, Ulrika, what do you think?
Yes, I do. 2020 has been a record year in terms of IPOs. I think it was up 70 IPOs in the US biotech market in September, year to date in September. So it's as you say, Jonas, it's been a remarkable year. Very strong interest in the sector, and I actually believe that it will continue. We see so much innovation. We are kind of takers from Ingrid's earlier fund. But we are really seeing so much innovation based on the increased knowledge in biology, all the possibilities in terms of the toolings and the understanding of the mechanisms. So yes, we see biotech continuing attracting interest.
And would you say that is also true for sort of more early phase financing and the kind of capital going into companies and of that stage? Is it the same there? Can we still have a positive outlook despite everything?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sector definitely has a tailwind, and there is definitely increased interest in the sector. So I definitely I'm very positive on the sector's behalf going forward for sure. In sort of the early stage companies, it's been sort of a mixed picture in terms of fundraising for them. It's been sort of I would say bifurcation in a way. So you have sort of the companies that are slightly more mature that has been able to leverage this interest in the sector, and at the same time we're seeing some early stage companies that has had a tougher time because on one hand there's been a lot of interest in healthcare in general, but also perhaps people have been also a little less risk willing when it comes to illiquid investment. So it hasn't been a great year for everybody, but general for the sector, I think the outlook is very positive.
Yeah, yet you touch upon the risk factors, and I would like to ask the both of you to sort of name the biggest risks going forward now, looming over the market in the upcoming year or so. What specific red flags are you looking for? If I start with you, Ulrika.
Oh, we don't have so much time, I think. But I think it's a good thing to have the US election behind. I think in terms of US healthcare policy, I think the Democrats will focus on trying to widen the volume of patients or the coverage, which is positive for the volume demand. And but of course, I think it will be a lot of short-term headline risk because of to understand what will happen in the Congress in total in the Senate after Christmas. So that I think will probably be a bit of a noise. But otherwise, I think the interest, of course, in the sector, if you look at the public side, it's important to get the valuations right. And we have been talking about the fantastic vaccine companies, for example, and there is a lot of expectations in some of the companies. So I think getting the valuations right is important. And then on a macro, more macro level, of course, I think the most important thing is to get societies back to work, to get people, unified, and to get an improved situation for many countries. This is kind of an extreme situation, and I really hope that you will get stability next year, even though I think it will take some time. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, definitely. We all need hope, especially after a year like this. Ingrid, I think you mentioned the disruption that the pandemic has caused some of companies that haven't been able to sort of go through with their clinical trials and being late in that respect. That's of course a very concrete risk in these situations. Is there anything else that you are on the lookout for risk-wise?
So that is sort of the primary thing we are looking at right now for our portfolio companies, because most of them are in clinical trials, and we really saw disruption in the first wave, and that is kind of the one thing we are really tracking right now, well into the second wave. So that is going to be very interesting to follow. So far, the experience in the second wave is that hospitals are managing it much better than first wave, but obviously, it will all depend on the capacity they have, taking care of the COVID patients and running trials at the same time. So that is definitely sort of the main factor, and a product of that is timelines, obviously, and runway and financing. So that is sort of often a product of being able to run trials on time.
Well, let's hope that the promises of the recent data for vaccine candidates is going to be fulfilled. And as of now, I see that our time is running out. So I would like to thank the both of you very much for taking the time to join us today. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, we are actually going to conclude this first day of the BioStock Life Science Summit. It's been a pleasure having all of you viewers, and I'd also like to thank the companies that have been presenting here today, no less than 13 companies, and of course our great panelists who have been providing us their wisdom. Thank you very much to you as well. The second day of the summit starts, of course, tomorrow, and we have a slight change of schedule. So the webcast is going to start at 10:20, not at 10 as it was advertised earlier. So 10:20, we'll see you back here tomorrow. And as a final word, I would also like to say thank you to our event partners. We're in collaboration with Nasdaq and with Potter Clarkson, and not least Nyhetsbyrån Direkt in Stockholm, who has been helping us out with our second studio. Thank you very much, and thank you all for watching. See you tomorrow.